Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, wherever you're at the world. Welcome to Last Raps Baseball's live commentary of the Nippon Professional Baseball League. Tonight, we're going to bring you the third and final game of the series, a rare Monday Japanese matinee affair, as it is going to be between the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles and the Orix Buffaloes. We do welcome everybody in the house tonight, whether it's CB baseball card collectors here or everybody else who will join us for this one, as it is going to be an entertaining affair for sure. The first two games of this series have been a split, as the opener was taken by the Golden Eagles 3-1. Last night, the Buffaloes came from behind to win 6-4, even the three games set at one apiece. And tonight will be the rubber match. Both of these teams will get ready to go against each other. We'll give you the starting lineups. First of all, from the visitors from Tohoku, leading off and playing third base is going to be number 0, Hiroto Kobakata. Hitting second and playing in right field is going to be Yuya Oga. Hitting third and doing the designated hitting is Hiroki Shimochi. The cleanup spot and playing second base and wearing number 3 is Hideto Asamura. Batting fifth in left field is number 27, Takira Okajima. Batting sixth to first base wearing number 4 is Toshiki Abe. Hitting in the 7th spot and in center field is number 8, Ryosuke Tatsumi. Batting in the 8th spot and playing shortstop is number 66, Itsuki Moribayashi. And batting 9th and doing the catching is going to be Yasuda, as he will be the game 1 starter, number 55, Yuma Yasuda, will be behind the plate in this one. And on the hill for the Golden Eagles is going to be the longtime ace of the staff and also former New York Yankee, Masahiro Tanaka. He takes to the hill tonight in this one, as he will bring a sub-500 record to the mound. He's got 7 wins and 9 losses. He has worked in 125 innings this year. He's allowed 141 hits. He has walked 35, struck out 72. He's got himself an ERA of 4.82. This is probably arguably what I would say the worst season of his NPB career for Masahiro Tanaka. He was pretty steady in the last 2 seasons, but his ERA is fluffed up at 1.5 earned runs, greater than it has been in the years past. And that is where they're at. We're going to give you the starting lineup for the Buffaloes just before they come to bat, but we appreciate everybody who's come in to listen to us tonight. As we say, whether you listen live or on delay, you're listening to the Last Rap Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back in just a moment with all the action. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in 30 after this. Well, it is going to be a right-hander who is taking to the hill tonight for the Orix Buffaloes. It's going to be number 17, Ryuhei Satani, and he is going to be making his appearance number 8 of his NPB career. He is looking for his first win of his career. And so Ryuhei Satani on the hill. And one of the reasons I'm a little bit slow in my setup here, actually, sorry, the left-hander here is getting ready to get going, is you got a problem when you can't find your glasses these days. It makes it tough. There's a first pitch swung on, and it is grounded foul down the right field line. And the count is quickly no balls and 1 strike to Hiroto Kobakata. And this game is underway at officially 1:02 local time, or Japan time in this case. So Kobakata up at the plate here, waiting here on the offering from the lefty, who kicks and delivers a breaking ball, taken for a call and strike. The count now goes to 0-2. So Hirota Kobakata here to face the lefty. Kobakata on the season, hitting .252. He's got 5 homers and 34 RBIs. He swings and chops a slow roller to third. Mune charges it, but he's not going to be able to make the play. It's going to be an infield hit for Kobakata. That was of a swinging bunt variety. Kobakata can bunt and he can run. And with 2 strikes on him, Yuma Mune had backed up behind the bag. He just caught it off the end of the bat, and it was a slow dribbler down the third base line. Mune charged it in, but probably made the wise decision of eating it. And that is going to bring up the right fielder, Yuya Ogo. Well, Kobakata establishes his lead over there at first. As the lefty ready to go here. If you wanted my prediction before the game started, I would have been putting my nickels on the Golden Eagles in this one, obviously with Tanaka going. As the fastball just misses inside. He is a big game pitcher, the former New York Yankee. .260 batting average on the year for Ogo. As he stands in here against the left-hander. He's got himself on the year 9 homers and 45 runs batted in. Arguably enjoying his best season in his NPB career as he takes a fastball outside, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. He waggles the bat here, waiting on the offering. And we, as we said, we're just catching up on a little bit of our stuff here on the back end. It'll be Hiroki Shimouchi on deck. And the pitch is a fastball taken for a call and strike. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Ogo. As we take a look at the interesting lineup that they roll out again tonight, very similar, with the exception of the catchers over the last couple of nights, have the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles sent out. The Buffaloes, on the flip side, are rolling out a lineup much similar to last night and their victory. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted foul down the left field line. It doesn't look like there's as big a crowd tonight as there has been for the last couple of days. Looks like there are some empty seats in the upper levels. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ogo. Buffaloes needing a win here to keep pace or gain ground on the Hawks. The Buffaloes, on the other hand, their magic number is down to 5. A combination of their wins and Marine losses will get them the Pacific League. There's a chopper back to the pitcher. He throws to second for 1, and it's not going to be back in time. That's going to go down as a fielder's choice. It is going to be 1-6 on the putout of Kobakata at second. Ogo, with his wheels, he's going to be able to reach first base on the fielder's choice. And that is going to bring up the designated hitter in Hiroki Shimouchi. Well, for Shimouchi on the season, he's batting .219. He's got 6 homers and 25 RBIs. He bats here from the left side against the lefty. Interesting, as we said last night, and as we've said throughout the season, the handedness of the hitters, it makes pretty much no, I don't say no matter or no issue. Lefty versus lefty. 3 lefties in a row tonight to face the left-handed pitcher, and the first pitch is waved at and missed by Shimouchi, and the count, it's 0-1. I think there's a couple of benefits to that. One is his overall play, having the lefties face the lefties. You get used to it more often. You don't have to worry about the matchup game. And that way there, it allows your best players to be your best players. And that's how the Japanese look at it, and I kind of agree with them. And of course, if you don't see lefties, you're not going to get better against lefties. Here's the pitch. Fastball that just misses, and the count goes even to 1-1 on Shimouchi. We've got CV, as he says, in here. Sorry to jump back in. We've got also Titus in the house. I don't necessarily always jump back in and out, but we are in the first inning here, so we'll catch up on our chat as we move along here. There's the 1-1 pitch. Slow breaking ball that misses upstairs. The count now goes to 2-1 on Shimouchi. Hideto Asamura waiting his turn on deck. Lefty again gets his sign from his catcher. As behind the plate tonight for the Buffaloes is the veteran Tomoya Mori, and there's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, and the count runs even now at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's nice to have some early baseball on a Sunday evening from the NPB. I'm glad to have everybody that is here with us. As we mentioned, at one of those rare games, we're going to try to give you guys games all through the week this week, as we will be tuning in yet again, as it is getting into the back end of the season. We'll try to give everything in terms of competitive games. And those competitive games that we'll be eyeballing will include games that will not include the Fighters or the Dragons, as they have locked up pretty much non-playoff positions. The Saitama Masibu Lions would probably be in that as well. So there's a fastball that misses upstairs, although it looks like we're going to have at least one game with them still in it. Also, more than likely, any games that involve the Swallows will be on the off as well. We're looking to do the games between the Hawks and the Eagles. That's going to be big coming up here this week, as they're both battling for that third and final playoff spot. Here comes the 3-2 pitch to Shimouchi. Fastball swung on and missed. There goes the runner down to second. The throw in time. It's a strike him out, throw him out. Nice job there by Tomoya Mori to get the would-be base stealer. Ogo goes in the books, caught stealing 2-6 for the third out of the inning. And that is going to do it here for the Eagles in their half of the inning. There was no runs in the inning. There was a hit. There were no errors, and there was nobody left aboard. You're now through a half inning in Osaka. It is the Buffaloes no score and the Eagles no score. We'll be back in just a few. After this, we appreciate you guys for jumping in here tonight on the Last Drops Baseball YouTube channel. Here's our friend Steve Rademacher after the game. Be sure to go check him out. Let him know that we sent you.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OP-Chi baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Well, that's right, everybody. Welcome back. It is going to be the top of the order to come to bat, obviously, here in the bottom of the first to face Masahiro Tanaka. It's going to be Kai Nakagawa who leads it off. He's in center field, followed by Masahiro Nishino. He bats second and plays second base. Hitting third is Tomoya Mori doing the catching. In the cleanup spot is Leandro Cedeno, and he is going to be doing the designated hitting tonight. At third base and batting fifth is Yuma Mune. Hitting sixth and playing shortstop is Kitaro Kirbayashi. Hitting in the seventh spot is Marwin Gonzalez, and he is playing first base tonight. The left fielder is Yataro Sugimoto, and it is Tomoya Noguchi who bats ninth in his right field. And of course, they're facing Masahiro Tanaka. So here comes the first offering to Kai Nakagawa. It is a fastball that's delivered on the outside corner for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. One of the things that we've noticed this year with the right-hander Masahiro Tanaka is that he usually could cruise along, and then there's this one spot he just absolutely implodes. There's a fastball swung on. It is lifted foul down the right field line, and the count goes even at 1-1. So if he can get through that, or if they can get to him and get him out of there before that implosion, it'll give the Eagles a good opportunity here for a victory. Nakagawa hitting .269 on the year with 12 homers and 50 RBIs. Waits on the 0-2 pitch. There's a fastball swung on, and it's line foul into the seats down the right field line, and the count remains at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes here to Nakagawa. Nakagawa enjoying his best year of his NPB career. His average is down a little bit from last season, but his home run production is up and the RBIs are very similar. As the 0-2 is on the way, it's a fastball that comes in and hits Nakagawa. That's not exactly how you want to get it going with an 0-2 pitch to drill the center fielder, but that is going to allow Nakagawa to reach first base here for the first base runner of the night for the Buffaloes. That is going to bring up the second baseman, Masahiro Nishino. Well, for Nishino, he strides to the plate here as he finds himself batting on the season 196. He's also got himself no homers and 5 runs driven in. It's back-to-back starts for him at second base in this series, as he stands in here to face the right-hander Masahiro Tanaka. We welcome everybody in here. Sean Weinberger in the house tonight. We appreciate you for being in here. So apologies for guys that I'm jumping off of the stream right now. So thank you kindly for jumping in with that super chat. As we have a Zlatko in the house, we have others. He says, give me live streams. We are giving you the live streams there, Zlatko. Giving you the live play-by-play. So here comes the first offering here to Nishino as the right-hander Tanaka holds to the set. And now he's ready to deliver. It's a fastball that is swung on and missed, and sliding safe into second as Nakagawa with a stolen base. Oh, that was a wild swing by Nishino as that pitch was up and in. Took a massive hack at it, swung through it and missed. And that is going to allow the runner, Nakagawa. That's called protecting your base runner, if anything. Originally, he had squared to bunt, pulled back, and then took a hack at this pitch that was about, what seemed like a 1.5 feet over his head. It was a good pitch for the pitcher to throw and the catcher to be able to try to throw him out. But unfortunately for the Eagles, that is a stolen base for Nakagawa. He is now in scoring position with 1 strike to the hitter. Our friend Dinger says, nice sweep for those Tigers this weekend. Yes, it was. And that's not the Hanshin Tigers. Finally got my ball club doing something. There's a fastball that misses upstairs. Count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Tomoya Mori waits his turn on deck. Our friend here is asking where you can watch the games, and we also mentioned to people that you can have a list that we've started compiling on our member page. For those who want to listen in, there's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to the right side. It is fielded neatly by the first baseman, Abbey. He flips it to the pitcher covering. That's going to go down to a ground out, and it's going to be 3-1 for the first out of the inning. It does advance Nakagawa to third. It's going to bring up the catcher, Tomoya Mori. Sean Weinberger asked the question, if you were to guess who wins or the under-over, what would you think? Well, my pick at the beginning of the game tonight, I've got the Golden Eagles in this one. Obviously, the ace of the staff is Masahiro Tanaka. I got a chance to see the young left-hander in Kobe a couple of weeks ago live go for the Buffaloes against the Saitama Cebu Lions, and he fared pretty good for the first 5 innings, didn't get the victory, as both he and Matsumoto of the Lions had no hitters through 4. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep center field, moving back, and this one's going to be played off the wall. As Tatsumi fields it, cruising into second with an RBI double is Mori. That scores Nakagawa easily from third. And that is going to bring up the designated hitter, Leandro Cedeno. So back to the question asked by Sean Weinberger. So I'm still, even though it's a 1-0 ball game right now for the Orix Buffaloes, I'm still leaning towards the Golden Eagles in this one. Even more so now. And as far as I'm concerned, as an over-under in this game, I would probably lean toward the over. I know 6.5. Japanese baseball sometimes isn't always the case, but the way that Tanaka has given up the runs, the way the Golden Eagles have used their bullpen the last couple of nights, and the way that the Buffaloes can score, as have the Eagles, that would be my guess, is an over of the 6.5. As that fastball swung on and fouled away, count is 0-1 to Cedeno. And Dinger also chimes in, says, ace is a generous term for Tanaka. Yeah, really, what an ace is what Yoshinobu Yamamoto is. He's an ace. Yeah, I would downgrade Tanaka to a 1. Here comes the 0-1 offering as Masahiro Tanaka checks the runner at second as he works set to the chest area and now delivers a fastball down. Nice block by the catcher. Yumamune will wait his turn on deck. And as we said, then it'll be Kotaro Kobayashi to follow. It is a collision course for the two Osaka-based teams to meet in the Japan League Final, as the Hanshin Tigers have clinched in the Central League. And, of course, the Pacific League, we said the magic number is 5 games here for the Buffaloes. And the pitch on the way, it's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Leandro Cedeno. Right-hander here ready to go again as Tanaka gets his sign from his catcher as he comes set. Right-hander again checks the runner at second base. Checks him again, and here he pitches. It's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded over to short. Fielded by Murray Biashi. Throws across the diamond in 1 hop. That's going to retire Cedeno. It goes in the books as a ground out, 6-3 for out number 2. Yumamune is going to come to bat. It holds the runner Mori at second. And now Mune will astride to the plate to hit here. Well, for Yumamune, it's been a tough season for him. He's had some struggles on the offensive side, as has the defensive side. He is hitting .239 on the year. He's got only 2 homers and 20 RBIs. As he bats here with 2 gone and the runner at second. As he waggles the bat, waiting here on the offering from the right-hander Tanaka. And here's the pitch. It's a fastball that misses down for ball 1, and the count is quickly 1-0 to Mune. Seen some interesting lineups by both of these clubs. The one on Friday, or at least our time on the Saturday game, featured Yataro Sugimoto in the leadoff spot. Had to do a double take on that because I thought that was a mistake because he does not run particularly well. Fastball to Mune swung on and fouled away. The count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Yumamune. Batting here from the left side against the right-handed throwing Tanaka. As he leans in and gets the sign from his catcher. Right-hander works to the set. Checks the runner Mori at second. Checks him again, and now he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. As we said, catching up a little bit on the back end of stuff here, so we'll bounce back and forth between our chat every once in a while. Mune waggling the bat here. He's got himself stretched out a little bit. Wider stance than we normally see. Here comes the 2-1 pitch as the right-hander again checks the runner at second. And now he kicks and fires. Fastball swung on. This is lined on a hop. And no, it's caught in the air. I thought he short-hopped it, but Murray Biashi, the shortstop, catches it up the middle, and that's going to retire Mune for the 3rd out of the inning. That will do it here for out number 3. Well, they got a run in the inning, did the Buffaloes, on the benefit of 1 hit. There were no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. We're now through 1 complete. Your score is the Buffaloes 1 and the Eagles no score. Our friend Sean says if the Eagles win, you get a big fat tip. Well, let's go Eagles. We'll be right back here in just a few. We appreciate you guys for listening in with us tonight. Hang tight. Here's our friend Matt.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
I want to thank our friend Sean Weinberger for the super chat tonight. We appreciate you and your support of the channel. Sean has been in the streams before, and we thank him for his generosity and his kindness, as we will try to put that to good use in the future. So once again, Deshaun, thank you again. Here's to you. I would even have a beer for you right now, but I don't have any in the fridge yet, so maybe that'll come tomorrow. I'll have to go and get a couple of beers and have one down for Sean on the house. Well, it is going to be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters to come to bat here in the inning. It's going to be Hideo Asamura, Takira Okajima, and Toshiki Abe. And the first pitch is a fastball swung on, and this is going to be lined into left center field for a hit. Nakagawa over to his right to get it, and Asamura's got himself a leadoff single here to get things going in the second inning for the Golden Eagles. That is going to bring up the left fielder, Takira Okajima. We almost, as I said, got off to a bit of a slow start here tonight because when you can't find your glasses as you get older, that becomes a bit of a problem. And I know if I start this game, it's going to be hard because as the night goes on, the eyes start to become more and more of an issue. So we were a little bit late because that's the first part, is finding what we did with them. So here comes the first offering. It's a fastball that it just misses down, and the count is 1-0 to Okajima. Okajima getting the start, as we said, in left field tonight, as he has in the first 2 games of the series. He's batting .273. He's got himself 6 homers and 36 runs driven in. Here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-0 on Takira Okajima. Never a problem when you're younger. If he was able to fight it off for a number of years. I used to hear a lot of people say, when you get to the age of 40, you're going to need some glasses. Well, that never happened. But we can say before the age of 50, it did, and that it's been progressively average after that, getting worse. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes to 3-0. But it only is later in the evening. Earlier in the daytime can still function. It's just in the night times when things start to get a little darker, it becomes a little harder in which to be able to see. So Okajima here has 3 balls and no strikes. Here's the pitch from the lefty. It's a fastball that takes it for a called strike just under the hands, and it's now 3-1. Our friend Sean Weinberger yet with another super chat, and we appreciate you again there, Sean. Thank you kindly. We really appreciate you here on the channel. Maybe it's an extra beer for Sean as well. So we appreciate you and your support of our channel here. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. And there's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 3-2. It's been a lot of fun in terms of the YouTube channel for us. As we said, we started the channel way back in 2010, but we never did anything with it until February of 2020, just before the pandemic and the shutdown. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. And there's a fastball swung on it. Is grounded foul past the bag at third base, and the count remains at 3-2. And so in some ways, this is a social experiment, even though we're calling the games and we enjoy doing it. And obviously we'd be watching the game regardless. Might as well do it, call it, and have some people in with us to enjoy it. It has been an entertaining affair for us, being able to share this with everybody else. Rounded about. Here's the 3-2 pitch. There's a fastball that just misses outside. It's going to be ball 4. Okajima is going to get himself a walk. It's going to advance Asamura to second. That's going to put runners at first and second. That's going to bring up the first baseman, Toshiki Abe. Well, for Abe, he comes to bat here. He's made the start in all 3 ball games. He was formerly a Chinichi Dragon. This is his first year with the Tohoku Ball Club. Batting .254 on the season. He's also got himself 4 homers and 21 RBIs. So he comes to bat here with runners at first and second. We'll see if they're going to be bunting. That may not necessarily be manager Ishii's bag here, but we'll see. As the left-hander holds to the set, here's the pitch. Fastball that catches the outside corner, and the count goes to 0-1. Started talking about the channel a little bit, and then we started in 2020 producing all kinds of little videos and different things, and then we weren't really sure where we were going to go with it, but we've really enjoyed doing the Japanese games and the late-night calls and having other people come in to enjoy the games with us. Here's the 0-1. It's a breaking ball that misses down and in, and the count goes to 1-1 on Abe. But then as we call the games and we get the chance to meet other people and connect with others around and about, that's what makes it all the more entertaining. And we appreciate people who do come in and spend their time with us. And again, Sean Weinberger drops another one. We appreciate you there, Sean. We thank you for your kind support. As we said, we are in one of those pieces there. We don't do a lot of games, but when we do the games, we appreciate everybody for being here with us. There's a ball that misses to Abe. It's now 2-1. And the other part of that is what I find interesting is almost the social experiment of it. It took us a full year once we started doing this. Actually, to be on with that, it was approximately 30 months for us to get to 1,000 subscribers. I know our friend Caesar was in here and we were talking a little bit. Here's the 2-1 pitch. There's a breaking ball swung on it. It's grounded to second. They flip it to second for 1. Back to first. And that's going to be a double play. It's going to go in the books as the 6-4-3 variety, as Abe is going to be retired on the back end. Okajima gone at second for the first out. It is going to advance Asamura over to third, and that's going to leave it up to Ryosuke Tatsumi. So for Tatsumi, he's coming to the plate. He's had himself a bit of a up and down series. He has had a couple of knocks, that's for sure, but he has struggled at times. He's hitting .263 on the year. .263, and he's got himself 8 homers and 33 RBIs. He has also stolen himself 13 bases on the year. He can run a bit, and he takes a breaking ball over for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So we were talking a little bit as we did with the channel, and so we've got an opportunity to meet some folks, too, that we've done. I know our friend CV Baseball Card Collector's in here. I got a chance to meet Caesar at the beginning of the summer. Him and his wife and his kids were up from California. They were doing a cruise as that breaking ball misses outside. So sometimes we actually get a chance to meet some of the folks that we've come in contact with. He's not been the only one. We've had some others that we've had some connections with, and it's always fun to be able to meet people or talk to people who listen to the streams. There's a fastball that swung on. This is lifted foul down the left field line. And the count is now 1-2 to Tatsumi. So it took us 30 months to get to 1,000 subscribers. And as we said, we were doing it on the what I would call the organic way. And then what happened was, as we moved along, it's going to take us, we're inching pretty close, basically 14 months, less than half the time to get to 2,000. Pretty crazy. There's a breaking ball swung on. Chopper hit back to the pitcher, fielded neatly. He throws to first. Tatsumi's going to be gone on a ground out 1-3. And the Eagles, well, they strand a runner at third base. Bit of a wasted opportunity. Hideo Asamura led off with a single. Okajima walked. And the double play by Abe and the ground up by Tatsumi ends the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. And there was 1 runner left aboard. We're moving to the bottom of the second inning. Your scores: the Buffaloes 1, the Golden Eagles no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back in just a few. Appreciate you guys and your support for listening in here tonight. Hang tight. We'll be right back after this. from our friend, Steve Rademacher. Check him out after the game when you get a chance.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be coming to bat for the Buffaloes in their half of the second inning. Kentaro Kobayashi, Marwin Gonzalez, and Yataro Sugimoto. Kobayashi coming to bat here. We have this part of the order actually did quite a bit of the damage in last night's ball game. As the first pitch coming from Tanaka is a fastball that misses upstairs for a ball, and the count is 1-0. Kobayashi is enjoying his best season of the NPB so far. It's year number 4 for the 21-year-old. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted foul down the right field line. It's going to reach the seats. The count now goes even at 1-1. He's hitting .265 on the year, which is about almost 30 points higher than his lifetime average. He's got himself 8 homers and 31 RBIs as he waits here on the offering from the right-hander Tanaka. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted foul again into the seats down the right field line, and the count now goes to 1-2 strikes. As our friend Caesar says, it was a great meeting, and we got a chance to get to a Starbucks and sit around and shoot the breeze, and maybe we can do that again down in California. As there's a fastball that misses outside, and the count's now 2-2 to Kobayashi. I do want to get down. I've been to Los Angeles to see the Dodgers, but I've never seen the Angels play, so that is on the docket at some point. So to be able to get down that area there and catch the Angels, I have a feeling I may not be able to do that with Shohei Ohtani in their uniform. Unfortunately for us, I do get that feeling that he's moving on. And if our friend Sean Weinberger is looking for a bet, he can probably put a good dollar down that Ohtani will not be in an Angels uniform next year. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it's a breaking ball swung on. It's grounded softly to short. Fielded by Murray Biashi, fires across the diamond. And Kobayashi is going to be gone on a ground out 6-3 for out number 1. That is going to bring up the first baseman, Marwin Gonzalez. Well, for Gonzalez, he's got a home run in this series. He has got himself a .214 batting average. He hit his 10th home run the other night. He's also driven in 28. So he gets the opportunity to come to bat here. Interesting to see how this is going to go. Get his bat going here late in the season for the switch hitting. Well, tonight, first baseman, but he can play second, short, and third all around the infield. He also could play the spots in the outfield. Last night, he hit that home run to right field. But average-wise, I would have thought he would have done a little bit better here in the NPB. Not been languishing around the Mendoza line for as long as he has been. But you can tell that his major league days are done, and his baseball career days are probably nearing the end of the rope as well, as there's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. But a nice player and a nice complimentary player, at least when I think of him as more of a Houston Astro than anything else. He did have time with the Twins and Yankees organizations. As here comes the 1-0 as that breaking ball drops in for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. And as we talked about earlier, the Buffaloes from Osaka on a collision course with the Hanshin Tigers from Osaka. I was saying before, the Tigers might be the better team, but I think the Buffaloes are the deeper team. As the pitch is a split finger pitch swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 1-2. And I think if these two teams do meet in the final, My needle's pointing toward the Buffaloes for back-to-back championships. They are that good. They didn't skip a beat after losing Masataka Yoshida to Major League Baseball. And here comes the 1-2 offering to Gonzalez. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right field. It's going to get down into the corner. It's going to be trouble. Rounding first and heading to second is Gonzalez. Here comes the throw, and it's not going to be in time. He's going to get himself a one-out double, as that allows him to get into scoring position with one out. And that's going to bring up the left fielder, Yataro Sugimoto. And just keeping up with our chat, our friend CV said that he started his channel so he could show off his personal collection and the purge of his PC. And he wanted to keep the best and toss the rest. And now, of course, it always evolves. When you think of what you do in your channel, and what you do is you post up and you get people that come in and watch and enjoy what you do. And obviously you get to share with them, and it evolves over time. We never started out thinking we were going to call games in the Japanese league or even the odd time some Major League Baseball games. But got a chance to look around at some of the other channels watching people do it, and I'm like, I could do that. I don't know if I can do it well, but we'll give it a try. Here comes the pitch. It's a breaking ball that misses outside to Sugimoto, and the count is 1-0. That being said, it's been a lot more improvement if you would catch some of our games going back into the 2021 season, or even when we experimented in 2020. There was a lot of gaps on the in-between. We really didn't have, we had StreamYards, but we didn't have the full use, didn't have a good understanding, didn't have anything in between innings. But it's also been able to teach me and be able to keep me involved in some stuff. As there's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner to Sugimoto, and the count goes to 1-1. So when you do that and you have that opportunity, that's what makes it all the more fun as well. Get a chance to learn some different things and be able to do that. It keeps the mind active. And as I said, certainly during the pandemic, that allowed us to do a lot of different things to keep our mind off of some of the other stuff that was going on. Here comes the 1-1 pitch as the right-hander holds to the set. And now he delivers. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-1. We get people, sometimes they come into the chat and they say, well, how come you're not doing this? Or maybe you might want to pursue it or whatever else. So this is all for fun. I mean, I listen to some of the announcers that call today. There are some very good announcers out there in Major League Baseball. And not just that, football, hockey, all the other sports. And then there's some other ones that you have to actually wonder and scratch your head how they keep their job once they got the job. So here comes the 2-1 offering as the right-hander Tanaka checks the runner at second. And he checks the runner Gonzalez again. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lined into right center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. It's going to get all the way to the wall. Gonzalez is going to round third. He's going to score. And Yataro Sugimoto is going to have himself an RBI double, as he is going to be aboard at second base here with it's going to increase the scoreline now to 2-0. Our friend Sean, who asked me the question, who I think is going to win the game, I'm still sticking with those Golden Eagles, even though right now it doesn't look like it's a great situation for them. It is now 2-0 for the Buffaloes here in the second inning, and that's going to bring up the right fielder, Tomoya Noguchi. Well, for Noguchi on the season, he's hitting .228. He's got a homer and 15 RBIs. He gets the start in right field tonight. Couple of positions that I would say that are kind of up for grabs for the Buffaloes, and that would be the right field position seems to be up for grabs going into the playoffs. I don't know who's going to be starting over there. And I would also say the second base position. Our friend CV says you might want to give the Mexican baseball a shot. I think Mex City carries their games on Facebook. Yeah, the problem is that I really don't know the league. I know I had a fella a couple of years ago, as a breaking ball misses down and in, suggest that I should do some Australian league games in the off season. And I'm like, it's the off season. I don't want to do a whole lot during that time. Last year, I think we did 156 games between the NPB and MLB. This year, that number is going to be down, although I'll pick up the pace here in the month of September and right through into the playoffs. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count goes to 1-1 on Noguchi. And when I say that, it is from my perspective anyway, it's just an opportunity to take my time. As our friend Caesar says, 156 was quite a bit. Yeah, it's 156 or 153. I'd have to go back and count and tell you the exact number. But this year here, I took a look the other day, and I think we're in the 80s. And I think 85 is the number that rings a bell. But with a push here between now and the end of the year, it's probably going to be another 40 to 50 games. So we'll probably be about the 120 mark. As that breaking ball misses outside, the count is now 2-1 to Noguchi. And of course, the more you do it and the more comfortable you are, the more relaxed it is. As I said, when we did the games in 2020 in our infancy, lots of gaps. There was a few ums and ahs, and that was allowing people to probably put them to sleep more than anything. And we used to do games where we would have two people in the chat. Fastball that misses upstairs. The count now is 3-1. There used to be a fella. He's been in the stream this year from time to time. His name's Ben Roberts. He was living in Yokohama at the time. And Ben is living in the Cleveland, Ohio area, where he calls that his home. And then the other one we had was a Korean fella who was living in Vietnam. 3 balls and 1 strike as the right-hander Tanaka ready to go again. We used to have a blast between those two people that would be in our stream, just us three. There's a breaking ball taken for a strike, and the count's now 3-2 to Noguchi. And so all that mattered were us three calling the game and them listening. And Ben used to be watching the games on TV in Japan and sync up the English commentary, and it worked out kind of fun. And of course, along the way, we picked up a number of other people who are what I would call regulars to the channel, maybe not every night, but that's what makes this so much fun. Here comes the 3-2 pitch as the right-hander Tanaka checks the runner at second. Now delivers. It's a fastball that misses down and in. That's going to be ball 4. Noguchi's going to get himself a walk. That's going to put runners at first and second with 1 out. Now it's going to bring up the top of the order in Kai Nakagawa. And it's also going to bring the pitching coach out of the Golden Eagle dugout. This is the part that I find to be fascinating. The pitching coach for the Golden Eagles comes out. He's got a towel with him, and he's also got a bottle of water. You don't see this in Major League Baseball. Bring out a bottle of water for the pitcher and gets to have a little drink break. I know it's warm in Japan. Certainly when I was there over the 3 weeks, if you've never been to Japan before and people talk about it being hot, basically the hot that I would equate it to for those who are in the United States would be going to Maui or going to Hawaii, where it is in your face hot, but 24/7. Growing up in the Midwest, you get hot temperatures. You get a thunderstorm rolls through. It'll back off the temperatures for a couple of days. You can turn your air conditioning off. But in Japan, especially in Osaka, we were getting 96-degree temps by day. Overnight lows, we're lucky to get to 79. But the humidity with it as well was just stifling. But it was great. I love it. Pay good money to go on a vacation like that. You want to get some hot weather. Well, the conference is over, and Tanaka ready to face Nakagawa as he bats here with 1 gone and 2 on. And the first pitch is a breaking ball that misses for a ball, and the count is 1-0. I feel tonight at times that the right-hander Tanaka seems to be squeezed by the home plate umpire. So 1 ball and no strikes. As Nakagawa here bats against the right-hander Tanaka. Tanaka checks that runner at second base, which is Sugimoto, and here comes the offering. As he kicks and delivers a fastball that just misses down and away, and the count is 2-0. Those last 2 pitches, very close pitches by Tanaka. And as I said, the home plate umpire just a little bit stingy on the calls here for the Tohoku right-hander. If those calls went slightly the other way, could have some different outcomes. So now Nakagawa is in a good hitting count. And here comes the offering from the right-hander, who works to the set position. Again, checks the runner and delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. The count now is 2-1. I find that hard to be a little bit different. That breaking ball to that corner and the fastball and the pitch before, very, very similar locations. This time he is able to get the call. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Masahiro Nishino waits on deck. Runners at first and second. 1 gone here in the second inning. Buffalo's threatening and looking to add to their 2-0 lead. Here's the pitch. fastball swung on and lifted foul down the right field line, giving chase. Watching it drift into the seats is the first baseman, Toshiki Abe. That's going to run the count now to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is. One of the things I did learn when I was in Japan is there were people talking about the Saitama Cebu Lions. Saitama Cebu Lions, of course, made the trade of Tomoya Mori to the Buffaloes. And they were saying that the Lions have had a history of being able to keep on to their stars. Their stars seem to leave the ball club. And you never really understand why, but that's an open-air dome. When you go to the dome, you're sitting in there and you are absolutely baking. It is hot and humid temperatures, and the best thing about the dome is it keeps the rain off you. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 3-2. Didn't get a lot of rain when I was in Japan, and when I got to Saitama, there was a thunderstorm that had rolled through that area. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it is to Nakagawa. 1 gone here in the second, as we said. 1 run on the board already, and runners at first and second. We're going to have some opportunity this week to continue working on our videos. We have some long-form videos that are going to come up from our time in Japan, so be sure to check those out when you get that opportunity. Here's the 3-2 pitch. As the right-hander holds to the set. And the pitch is on the way. It's a breaking ball that misses down. That's going to be ball 4. So back-to-back walks here have loaded the bases. That's going to advance Sugimoto to third. Noguchi is at second. Nakagawa is at first, and it brings Masahiro Nishino to the plate. Well, for Nishino, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded out to the first baseman who flipped it to Tanaka covering his first time up. He's going to need that kind of ball hit right now. As the Golden Eagles have got the middle and double play depth, but they're in at the corners. So they're going to try to cut a run off at the plate here in this situation. So Nishino coming to bat. As we said, he is 0 for 1 in this one. His average has slipped on the season. He's now hitting 194. He's got not a lot of pop in the stick. No homers and 5 RBIs. So here comes the offering from the right-hander, who holds to the set position. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded over to the first baseman, Abe. He bobbles the ball. He plays a little bit of soccer with it, and I don't think he's going to come up with the play with anybody. That ball was grounded right to him. He thought about coming home to get Sugimoto. That's going to go into the books as E3. Nishino is going to be safe at first as he ran by the first baseman who was kicking the ball around. Nakagawa advances to second, and advancing to third is Noguchi. Sugimoto crosses the plate with the 3rd run of the ball game, 2nd of the inning here for the Buffaloes. That's exactly what happened. He fielded the ball. He lost it on the exchange. And then when he went to go pick it up, the batter runner ran right on by him. He wasn't able to make the play. So how about those apples? 3-0 ball game here in the 2nd inning. The bases are still loaded, and now it's Tomoya Mori stepping to the plate. Well, for Mori tonight, he is 1 for 1. He doubled home the 1st run of the ball game. But the Buffaloes are looking for a stampede here to run the Eagles right out of the building in the 2nd inning. So maybe this isn't your father's Masahiro Tanaka. So here comes the first offering to Mori. Fastball swung on. This ball is lined to the third baseman, Kobakata. He steps on the bag at third. Oh, you couldn't have any worse luck than that. That's going to be a double play to 5. It erases Noguchi at third for the 3rd out of the inning, and that is going to do it here for the Buffaloes. And just like that, the inning is over. 2 runs in the inning on the benefit of 2 hits. There was an error, and there was 2 runners left aboard. We're now through 2 complete. Your score is the Buffaloes 3 and the Eagles no score. That might be a turning point in this game. Make sure you bookmark that moment. We'll be back here in just a few. Appreciate you guys for being with us.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want to baseball instruction? See Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Drafts Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the top of the, it's going to be coming to bat. It's going to be the bottom half of the third inning, or top of the third inning, or we're getting ourselves all confused over here. Top of the third inning for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. 3-0 lead here for the Buffaloes. As it was and that was an absolute bullet off the bat of Mori. Nice play there by Kobakata to make the catch, and then with the wherewithal to double off the runner at third to end the inning. It is going to be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters to come to bat here for the Golden Eagles in their half of the inning. And it'll be leading it off will be the shortstop Atsuki Muribayashi, as he's going to be facing the left-hander here with a 3-0 lead. I'm still not convinced that the Buffaloes will be able to make this work. A breaking ball that misses inside, and the count is 1-0. Yuma Yasuda here to follow, as the right-handed hitting Muribayashi waiting here on the offering from the lefty, who kicks and delivers. It's a slow breaking ball that misses down, and the count now is 2-0. So left-hander ready to go back to work. He kicks and fires. It's a fastball swung on. It is lifted down the right field line, but that's going to drift well into the seats. The count is 2-1 to Muribayashi. And on top of that, they're also talking, when you have good teams and you have good years, players are going to be testing the waters to Major League Baseball from the Japanese League, as that fastball misses up and away. The count is 3-1. And one of the Buffaloes who we can pretty much figure is on his way out is Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Yamamoto is going to be probably stateside bound. There's a fastball swung on. This is grounded up the middle into center for a base hit past the glove of Kobayashi. That's going to be a leadoff single here for Muribayashi here in the third inning. That'll bring up the catcher, Yuma Yasuda. For Yasuda, he's hitting .238 on the year. He's got 3 homers and 7 runs driven in. As I say, last year it was Masataka Yoshida taking his trade to the Boston Red Sox. He might be having a better year than I thought he would have had. I figured he would be about a .275 hitter with, I don't know, maybe 16 to 20 some odd home runs, sort of a Nori Aoki, but he's been better than that, that's for sure. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. But the season's still not over. He has got opportunity to add more to his tally. But the Buffaloes really didn't skip a beat, as we had mentioned the other night. They added Marwin Gonzalez for some flexibility. They traded Tori Fushimi away, as he ended up in the camp with the Fighters, if I'm not mistaken. And then they brought in the catcher, Tomoya Mori, from the Saitama Cebu Lions. Fastball that misses down. It squirts away from the catcher Mori, but he's able to keep it in front of him. That runs the count to 1-1. But the Buffaloes have some intriguing pieces to the puzzle. I would think, I don't see Kotaro Kobayashi as a prospect for Major League Baseball. Yuma Mune, definitely not. The second base revolving door with Oshiro and the starter tonight in the name of the Nishino, as there's a ground ball hit. And Yasuda is going to be retired. We're going to get a look at that one on the replay here. As the manager, Ishii, I take my eyes off that screen for just a moment. We get ourselves 2 for the price of 1. I apologize to my group for not watching as tightly as that ball was grounded over to the second baseman. It was flipped over to second for one and back to first, a double play. That's going to be of the 4-6-3 variety. So 2 go in the books on that one, and that's going to bring up the top of the order in Hirota Kobakata. Kobakata made that great play in the first inning, or the last inning, for the double play as he takes a breaking ball over for a called strike. Kobakata 1 for 1 tonight in this one. He singled his first time up, but he was erased on a fielder's choice. So that breaking ball misses down and away, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. I really like Kobakata. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a strike, and the count now goes to 1-2. But as I've been talking about the prospects, and I think about it, maybe Kai Nakagawa maybe could be somebody that Major League Baseball could be interested in, but I don't necessarily see that. There's a ball chopped back to the pitcher, fielded neatly. He fires to first, and that is going to retire Kobakata. It's a ground out, 1-3, and that will do it here for out number 3 in the third inning. Well, they got a leadoff single by Murray Biashi. He was erased in a double play. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left the board. We're moving to the bottom of the third. Your score is the Buffaloes 3 and the Eagles no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. Our friend KRSE DFS in the house tonight. Appreciate you for listening in here with us. We'll be back in just a couple moments. Thanks for being here, guys. Hold tight. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the heart of the batting order to come to bat for the Orix Buffaloes here in their half of the third inning. That means Leandro Cedeno, Yumamune, and Kataro Kobayashi to face the right-hander Masahiro Tanaka. Tanaka has, in our opinion, had a little bit of a tough luck scenario, but that luck may have turned after that ball was a double play in that last half inning, a line drive by Tamori Mori that ended the inning right to the third baseman, Hirota Kobakata. 44 pitches through 2 innings for the right-hander, and he delivers a slow breaking ball that misses upstairs to Cedeno, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Cedeno 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded to the shortstop his first time up as the right-hander Tanaka delivers a fastball that catches the outside corner, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Cedeno waggling the bat. Both of the first 2 games of this series were entertaining affairs, and we would anticipate this third game would be very similar. A fastball that misses up, and the count's 2-1. We had stated our position as we felt it was going to be the Golden Eagles to be the victors in this one. Obviously, the left-handed rookie on the mound for the Buffaloes against the savvy veteran Tanaka, as there's a changeup that is swung on and missed, and the count goes to 2-2 on Cedeno. And the Golden Eagles, as we said, are chasing the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. They find themselves a game and a half back. The Buffalo's magic number to clinch the Pacific League is 5, a combination of their wins and Marine losses. And I would think that probably by the middle of this week, they should have this wrapped up. Here's the 2-2 pitch. It's a breaking ball, swung on and missed. Cedeno almost screws himself into the ground. He's gone for the first out of the inning. So 1 Buffalo up and 1 Buffalo down, and that's going to bring up the third baseman, Yumamune. Well, for Mune, he's 0 for 1 tonight. He lined out to the shortstop his first time up. So 0 for 1 on the evening for him. As the right-hander Tanaka ready to roll again. He gets his sign from his catcher, Yasuda. And now he rocks into the windup. Here comes the pitch. He kicks and fires. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. One of the things tonight I will say about Tanaka is his inability to get ahead in the count. That is probably the biggest piece I've noticed. He's fallen behind on hitters tonight on irregular occurrences. He shakes off his catcher, and now Yumamune has asked for time. So not as sharp as we would expect, but I have to say, if it got into the playoffs, I would want Masahiro Tanaka on the mound, at least for the first 5 innings. There's a fastball swung on. It's lifted foul into the seats down the third base line, and the count is 1-1 to Mune. Tanaka definitely had October stuff in Major League Baseball. There are pitchers, and then there are pitchers with October stuff. He definitely fit that bill. There's a fastball. It's taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 1-2 on Mune. Now that pitch there, in my opinion, that pitch looked down, but Tanaka got the call. Unlike the calls he wasn't getting in the second inning or in the first inning, there's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-2. Sometimes that's all you want from umpires is consistency, the consistent calls in and out all the time. So here comes the 2-2 pitch as he rocks into the windup and delivers. It is a fastball that just misses outside, and the count goes to 3-2 on Mune. As we look ahead to the scheduling, as we said, we're going to try to call games again in the middle of the week. We were able to do it last week because we were still on Japanese time. So there's a fastball that swung on. It's lifted foul down the left field line. It's going to reach the seats. And the count is going to remain at 3-2 to Mune. But the game we have circled on our schedule for the middle of the night tomorrow is the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles and the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. That game would be priority 1 on our list, as both of those teams will go head-to-head. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is golfed over the head of the second baseman, and it's going to get onto the turf and get all the way to the wall. Tatsumi picks it up, rounding second and heading for third is Mune. Here comes the throw, and he gets around the bases in a big-time hurry. He's going to slide into third with a one-out triple. That didn't look pretty harmless. It looked like he golfed the ball over the head of the second baseman, but it was where they had the positioning of Tatsumi, the center fielder. He was able to reach out. He'd be able to hook barrel that one. The ball got onto the turf and just kept going right on by the center fielder. Tatsumi had picked it up, and a triple for Mune as he stands on third with one out, and that brings up Kotaro Kobayashi to the plate. Well, for Kobayashi tonight, he is 0 for 1. He grounded to short his first time up. And the infield is in here for the Golden Eagles. They've got to try to do something to cut them off. And it'll be an entertaining ball game. It's going to be Takahiro Norimoto going for the Eagles tomorrow against Carter Stewart Jr. That's a big-time matchup. There's the first pitch, split finger pitch, swung on and missed. Count is quickly 0-1 to Kobayashi. So Norimoto against Stewart Jr. Carter Stewart, we've seen him pitch this year. There's been times he has been electric. There's been times that he has been not very good. But he does possess a power arm. As long as he could keep the runners off the base and not walk the yard, he's got a chance. Able to give the Hawks an opportunity. He's probably good for about 5 innings in the start. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded up the middle past the glove of the second baseman, Asamura, and that is going to cash in the 4th run of the ball game here for the Buffaloes. An RBI single here by Kobayashi. We had to wait to make sure that ball got past Asamura, and it did. Mune comes in to score, and that's going to increase the score line to 4-0. And that'll bring up the first baseman, Marwin Gonzalez. And all Masahiro Tanaka can do is take a big breath, because that there in itself, that he had a chance to actually field that on himself. Ball ended up just scooting by him, and then it scooted by the glove of the second baseman, Asamura. That is where we stand here. And he gets a fist pump from the starting pitcher. As we said, the starter tonight for the Buffaloes as the first pitch breaking ball is delivered for a strike to Gonzalez for a count of 0-1. For the Buffaloes, it is a number 17, Ryuhei Satani. Looking for his first NPB win. As we said, we saw him pitch the other night in Kobe a week ago or 2 weeks ago Tuesday. Fastball swung on, grounded, and that's going to get up the middle past the glove of Asamura into center field. Rounding second and heading to third is Kobayashi. That's going to put runners at the corners. That's going to be the second hit here for Marwin Gonzalez. And that is going to put runners at the corners with one gone, and that's going to bring up the left fielder, Yataro Sugimoto. And the manager, Ishii, has got the bullpen on high alert. They've got somebody heating up down there, as Masahiro Tanaka just doesn't have it here tonight. So it is going to be for the second consecutive inning, another trip to the mound by the pitching coach as he comes out to talk to his veteran right-hander Tanaka. Now that conference is over with. He returns to the dugout, and we're going to get this one going again. But very, very interesting here as the right-hander has got himself now in the hole, and they're down 4-0. But just as the captain goes down with the ship, our friend Sean asked us earlier, who do I think was going to win this ball game? And I said emphatically the Golden Eagles. I'm still putting the stake in the ground as I think the Golden Eagles are going to make this an entertaining game. So don't go away yet. Although if Yataro Sugimoto puts one into the seats, we might have to be looking at one of the other games to pick up the pace and give you a call on. Here's the pitch. It is a split-figure pitch. It misses down. They appeal to the first base umpire, and they say that Sugimoto didn't go, and the count is 1-0. So for Ryohei Satani, he's making his 8th appearance in the NPB, as we said. He's got no wins and 2 losses. It's an ERA of even at 4, and he's only worked 18 innings in his short career. So his numbers are mixed coming into tonight's affair, but he has pitched very well so far. There's a fastball swung on and grounded foul over on the third base side. The count goes to 1-1. And he's pitched well as needed tonight. He has faced one batter over the minimum in this one. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Sugimoto. As we take a quick peek around the NPB, there are other games in action. All the games are now underway, but all the games that were early starts were in the Pacific League. It's 1-0 for the Lions over the Marines. Fastball swung on and lifted foul down the first base line. The count is now 1-2. It's the games at the Balluna Dome. That's in the bottom of the 4th inning. In the bottom of the 3rd inning at Escon Field, it is 1-1 between the Hawks and the Fighters. Keep your eye on that one. That's the one that the Eagles are chasing. And as we said before, it is going to be a very interesting series starting tomorrow night in Fukuoka at the PayPay Dome. So the right-hander Tanaka leans in. He gets his side from his catcher Yasuda as he works to the set. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Sugimoto. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. That's going to cash in the 5th run of the game as Kobayashi comes in to score. Sugimoto has got himself an RBI single. And that is going to increase the score line to 5-0. Oh boy, the Golden Eagles are just going to lament this one. And that is going to spell the end of Masahiro Tanaka's night, as he is going to get the big hook here after only going 2 1/3 innings. So Tanaka's night is done. The Golden Eagles find themselves down by 5 here in the 3rd inning as he comes out of the ball game. And we're going to take a little time out here. We'll come back as the hook has been made. Hang tight, everybody. Appreciate you here for being with us. 5-0 Buffaloes over the Golden Eagles. We'll be right back in just a few.
Thank you, Freddie. And hey, guys, let's open up a 5-card pack of 2023 Topps Baseball. And remember, during this timeout, you can also go visit some other channels. Oh, look, Jeter Downs. Bleh. Diamond Princess, she's great. Oh, there's a cubby. Screw that. Hey, go check out the one and only Bud Stoney. Oh, here's one for another Hollis build. And you can stay anywhere you want to when you're around Freddie and the Seattle area. That's good for Mr. and Fuego. And you know what? Why don't we bring out one of the Oakland A's for a league of her own? Bingo! Thank you, Freddie. Pitchers look like they're ready. Let's play ball!
Ironically, the last card was of David McKinnon, who is applying his trade with the Hiroshima Carp this year, that Oakland A player that Steve has flipped out of here. Well, we do have a pitching change as it is the end of the night for Masahiro Tanaka. Not the start that they were looking for in a crunch situation. As I said, I really like watching Tanaka pitch, but tonight definitely was not his night. So we'll get you that update here in just a moment as the Golden Eagles are going to their bullpen, as it'll be a pitching change here as the night is done for Masahiro. It is going to be Satoshi Miyamori who is coming in, the second year player at 7.36. So whenever a pitcher enters the ball game with number 72, and that always gets you thinking about what he's all about. The first pitch is a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0 to Tomoya Noguchi. Noguchi tonight walked his first time up, and he was stranded at, actually he was erased in the double play on the line drive double play by Tomoya Mori. Batting .228 on the year with a homer and 15 runs batted in. Noguchi waits here on the offering from the right-hander who delivers a fastball that misses down and in, and the count is now 2-0. So as we said, the Masahiro Tanaka's day is done. It is Satoshi Miyamori in the ballgame. So here comes the 2-0 offering to Noguchi. That's one of the things that you do notice is that when you get into the bullpens in the Japanese league, the walks start to mount. There's a ball hit the first, taken on one hop by the first baseman, Abbey, and it's the second time tonight that he's not been able to come up with the ball cleanly. That had double play written all over it. He ends up booting the ball around a little bit, but he does flip it to the pitcher covering. That's the second time tonight. That's going to retire Noguchi on a ground out. It's going to go 3-1 in the books. Yataro Sugimoto advanced over to second. Gonzalez is now over at third. That puts runners at second and third with two gone. But Abbey has not been sure-handed here tonight. He already made an error. And that one there, if they would have reached safely, would have been error number 2. Definitely not the night for him. And that's going to bring up the top of the order in Kai Nakagawa. For Nakagawa tonight, he is officially 0 for 0. He was hit by a pitch and he was walked in his 2 trips to the plate. As he waits here on the offering from the right-hander who delivers a fastball and it's swung on and fouled away, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Nakagawa. So I wonder what the odds are now of the Buffaloes getting back into this one. I'd be curious to see what that is. And as I said before, or I should say the Eagles getting back into this one, as I said before, I was pounding my fist up and down for the Eagles. Well, it looks as bleak as it can be right now. But all I can say to everybody, buckle up. I have a feeling we're going to be in here for a 4-hour affair. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball swung on and lifted foul. It's going to reach the seats on the first base line, and the count now goes to 0-2. I know our friend Dinger, who's listening in here, is probably chuckling up his sleeve a little bit. But as I said, I really believe that this game here still is Golden Eagles. And remember, the starting pitcher for the Buffaloes, it's not like he's got himself a ton of pedigree, but he has done all right enough tonight to get the Buffaloes into a position where they have themselves this 5-0 lead. And here comes the offering from the right-hander who kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on, and this is lifted foul. It's going to keep into the reach of these seats. It's going to keep the count at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes it is. And we will make our announcements tomorrow and moving on forward as when we're going to be on the call with the other games. So hopefully you guys can make it in for those as well. Don't forget to look to our shorts as needed. We are posting our shorts on the daily. It's a lot of Major League Baseball highlights. So if you get the chance to go peek at those, don't forget to drop them a like. Here comes the 0-2 pitch as the right-hander works to the set. Now delivers, breaking ball swung on, grounded back to the pitcher, and they're going to get themselves out of this inning as it goes as a ground out 1-3 on Nakagawa. He's gone for the third out, but the Buffaloes get themselves a couple of more runs. There was 2 runs in the inning on the benefit of 4 hits. There was no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. Your score now, as we are through 3 complete, it is the Orix Buffaloes 5 and the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a few. The middle frames are coming up. Our friend Phil Cantillon says he's got the Buffaloes 1.5. He figures that might be enough. Well, who knows, Phil, but we're glad you're with us tonight and stopping into the stream to listen in. We'll be back in just a few.
I've wanted to try this for a while. I want to try to make a wave. This is going to be the eye.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the 4th inning, and it has been right now, all Orix Buffaloes, as they are ahead here of the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 5-0. A little bit of hardship here for the Eagles, a little bit of bad luck, but more importantly for the Buffaloes, they have had some timely hitting, some solid defense, and they have got their young left-handed pitcher Satani out to a 5-0 lead. As we move to the 4th inning, it is going to be Ogo, Shimauchi, and Asamura to come to bat. And the first pitch is a fastball that just misses outside for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. Ogo tonight bounced into a fielder's choice his first time up, and then he was thrown out attempting to steal second, and they strike him out, throw him out, double play. Fastball misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-0 on Ogo. So 2 balls and no strikes. 44 pitches here for the young left-hander, and it's not been fantastic. He's only thrown 25 of those for strikes. Now make that 26 as he is for 45. Now it's going to run the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. They have had themselves at times, the Golden Eagles, in good hitters counts. They just haven't been able to do anything with it. As the lefty ready to deliver again. Here's the pitch. Fastball that misses inside. The home plate umpire says that Ogo went around. Oh boy, that's a bit of a harsh call, and even more harsh on the replay. I'm not so sure that happened. It looked like he tried to hold up and not get hit. That runs the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ogo. As he bats here from the left side against the left-hander who's ready to go back to work. He works to the set position. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. It is lifted foul down the left field line. And the count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. As we said, at some point tomorrow, we will post up the announcement that we will do that game between the Golden Eagles and the Hawks tomorrow night. So hopefully you guys can make it in here with us. Here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on. This ball is golfed into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit in front of Sugimoto. So Ogo's got himself a leadoff single here, and that is going to bring up the designated hitter, Hiroki Shimauchi. So as I said, don't go away. It is going to be an entertaining affair here. We'll see what happens. As I said, this is now going to be the second time through the order against the young left-hander. He's going to have to get through Shimochi and Asamura unscathed here if they are going to be able to keep this lead, or at least keep the lead intact. I think these are two important hitters that he's going to have to face. Shimochi tonight 0 for 1. He struck out his first time up, and he takes a fastball over for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Asamura, who waits on deck, had got himself retied with the home run lead. I haven't looked to see where that is as of today. There's a breaking ball that misses, and that pitch is going to even the count at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. As I go look at the statistical leaders in the Pacific League, so there's a breaking ball that misses down. It squirts away from Mori, and that's going to allow Ogo to advance over to second. So he's now into scoring position, and that's going to run the count to 2-1 on Shimochi. It is Hideo Asamura and Gregory Polanco tied in the top spot with the lead with 24 home runs. The third spot is Kensuke Kondo, who had homered last night for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. He's at 22, as is Chusei Manami of the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. So those are the top 4 home run hitters in the Pacific League. And as we said, Asamura waits his turn on deck. Here's the 2-1. It's a slow breaking ball that misses upstairs. The count now goes to 3-1. So I definitely don't want to be facing Asamura with 2 on here, because that could make the game entertaining. There's nobody up in the Buffalo bullpen, and no reason to have anybody up, as the lefty is at 52 pitches right now. He gets his sign from his catcher Mori, and he works set. Here comes the 3-1 pitch as Shimochi waits. Pitch is on the way. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 3-2. When you think of RBIs in the Pacific League, it is Kazuki Kondo and Yuki Yanagita 1-2 as they pack a punch. But I don't think either of those two are going to get to the 100 RBI mark, as Kondo has 79 and Yanagita has 75. So it doesn't look like anybody in the Pacific League gets to 100 RBIs. There's a breaking ball that misses down and away. That's going to be ball 4. Shimochi's going to reach on a base on balls, and that's going to bring up the aforementioned Hideo Asamura. It's also going to bring the pitching coach out of the dugout to come out to have a word with his lefty Satani, but that's definitely not who you want to face, is Hideo Asamura. And when we think of RBIs, Asamura sits third in the Pacific League with 70, and then it is tied for, in fourth is Chusei Manami with 69, and Gregory Polanco at 68 for the Chibalote Marines. That conference on the mound is over. So runners at first and second with nobody out. Asamura striding to the plate. One swing of the bat here can make this a whole different ball game. And certainly Asamura did it off of Miyagi the other night, as he had homered to give him number 24, which would have been in last night's ball game. Of course, the opener was pitched by Yoshinobu Yamamoto. So waggling the bat is Asamura. And he's waiting here on the offering from the lefty. The pitch is on the way. It's a breaking ball that misses down and away. And the count is 1-0. There was no action in the Buffalo bullpen, but I would have to say that if something happens here, you got to think that they're going to start scurrying. As the lefty ready to go. He's behind in the count, 1-0 to Asamura. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. Oh, Asamura had a big cut at that one. That one there. If he would have connected with that, we might have had ourselves a 5-3 ball game. Whew. And another thing on Asamura is he is, right now, he's the all-time, he's the Iron Man right now in the Pacific League. Most amount of games played in that league. He's not missed a game since the 2015 season. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded over to the shortstop. They go to second for one. Back to first. Oh, that's a back-breaking double play if you're a Golden Eagle fan. That goes into the books as a 6-4-3 variety. Out at second is Shimochi for the first out on the double play. On the back end, Asamura has gone for out number 2. It does advance Oga over to third, and that's going to leave it all up to Takara Okajima. So he got himself the pitcher's best friend, got himself a double play. Did the starter Satani. And now Okajima comes to the plate. He doesn't officially have it at bat tonight. He walked in his first time to the plate, and he was erased at the lead end of a double play. And the first pitch to him is a breaking ball that catches the inside corner, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Eagles got to find a way to at least put a point up on the board here. Whatever they have to do, however they have to claw that in, any type of way, whether it's a wild pitch, a pass ball. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count goes to 1-1 on Okajima. I got to be able to close the gap, because once we start getting past the 5th inning, then it becomes a battle against time, as they'll be running out of innings and running out of outs to score some runs. Here's the 1-1 pitch. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-2 on Okajima. As we mentioned, the out-of-town scoreboard, as we take our peek, there's still no score in any of the games in the Central League. They're all in the 2nd inning at some variety. It's still 1-0 at the Baluna Dome for the Lions and the Marines. The Lions have the lead over Chiba. There's a breaking ball swung on it. It's chopped in the air. This is going to be a tough play. They throw to first. It's not going to be in time, and it ends up getting past the first baseman, Gonzalez. I don't think that's going to make an impact, but that's going to score a run. We're going to give Okajima an RBI single on that one, and that is going to cash in the first run here for the Golden Eagles. Boy, did they need that. Ogo crosses the plate. That cuts the lead to 5-1. And now it's going to bring up Toshiki Abe. We're going to look at the replay again. I don't think that the second baseman had a chance. That ball ended up getting thrown by Gonzalez. The runner, Okajima, did not advance. He stays at first base. But I do believe that will go in the books as a base hit. They didn't really have a realistic chance to get him, even if he would have made the play. So that brings up Abe to the plate, and the first pitch to him is a breaking ball that misses inside for a ball, and the count is 1-0. Abe tonight 0 for 1. He grounded out into that double play his last time up. He certainly has got a game here going tonight that's not going to be worthy of a personal Hall of Fame. He's made an error that has led to one of the Buffalo runs. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed. The count is now 1-1, and he grounded into a double play his last time up. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Abe. As the left-hander leans in, and he gets his sign from his catcher, Tomoya Mori, and now he works to the set position. Here comes the pitch. It's a slow breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Abe. The left-hander here working to the belt position. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lefty nods in agreement with his side from Tomoya Mori. Here comes the 2-2. As he kicks and delivers, it's a fastball swung on. This ball is hit into deep right center field. This ball could be trouble. Back on the warning track, and it's going to be off the wall. Rounding third and heading home and scoring the second run is going to be Okajima. And Abe, who went the other way, has got himself an RBI double, and that's going to cut the lead to 5-2. So our friend Sean, who was in here earlier asking if you should take the over a 6.5, well, there's your answer right there, as that now is a 5-2 ball game, 7 runs already on the board. So cha-ching there if you took that over 6.5. Now, the only other thing that has to come through for you is that the Eagles have got to come all the way back. And in my world, that's what I've got going on. I think the Golden Eagles are the ones that are still going to take this game. 5-2 is the scoreline here for the Buffaloes. Tatsumi at the plate. He grounded to the pitcher his last time up. Here comes the first offering. It is a breaking ball waved out and missed. And the count is 0-1. So as I said before, this game here is far from over. 5-2 Buffaloes here in the top of the fourth inning. The Eagles are hunting for more. Sean said, I wish I listened to you on the over. Yeah, the over would have been money in the bank on this one. But the Eagles are still going to flap their way back into this. There's a fastball that misses outside. The count is 1-1. As I said, I just didn't like the way that the pitching matchup was here. 68 pitches for the lefty tonight, only 40 for strikes. So that is one of the problems. The other issue is if they can chase him to get into the Buffalo bullpen early. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is ripped into right field. This ball is going to get down for a base hit. Rounding third and heading home is Abby. He's going to score, and that's going to cut the lead to 5-3. So an RBI single here for Tatsumi, and the Golden Eagles have strung together 3 hits in a row. They've got 4 in the inning, and they have now cut into the lead 5-3. And that's going to bring up the shortstop at Sukimori Biashi. You just had that feeling. Once they got through the first time through the order, you could kind of see how it was going to look for the young left-hander. I could see Satani here. They just were sizing him up. They look like that they're a predator ready to pounce on the prey, and that's exactly what we have here. And one swing of the bat here can tie the ball game up. But I wouldn't expect that from the shortstop Murray Biashi. And they throw over to first base, a token toss, and getting back in time is Tatsumi as he slides in there head first safely. So 5-3 is the scoreline. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. And the count now is 0-1 here to the Golden Eagles shortstop. As we said, Murray Biashi singled his last time up. He seems to be settled in as the everyday shortstop for Tohoku. There's a fastball swung on. It's tapped foul over on the third base side. The count goes to 0-2. We used to see a lot of Hiroto Kobakata. But this 26-year-old, or soon-to-be 26-year-old, it looks like he has locked down his spot as the everyday guy for manager Ishii. And in fairness, he's enjoying his best season at the plate. He's a career lifetime 215 hitter. He's hitting over 40 points better. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined over the head of the shortstop into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. And there's another hit here, and that's going to bring up Yuma Yasuda to the plate. So yet another hit, and I don't know, but the brass for the Buffaloes are on the phone. I think the manager, Nakajima, has almost seen enough. He's making his way over to the umpire. That's going to be the second trip this inning. And that looks like it's going to do it here for the young left-hander. So 5 hits in the inning plus a walk have got the Golden Eagles back into this game. It's a 5-3 scoreline. There's runners at first and second with 2 gone. It's going to be Yuma Yasuda to come to the plate. And we have seen enough. And certainly the Buffaloes brass has seen enough of Ryuhei Satani. His night is over, and we're going to have ourselves a pitching change. So hang tight, everybody. We'll be back here in just a minute. Our friend Phil Cantillon says the Buffalo's not scoring either. He says, we'll see what happens. But this pitching change, the pitcher is hot garbage. Yeah, he started off pretty good, but the smell has definitely picked up here. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes, everybody. We appreciate you guys for jumping in with us tonight. As I said, this game is far from over. We'll be right back after this.
Thank you, Freddie. Appreciate your support and everybody out there. Steve again here, obviously, with the Milwaukee Brewers. Of course, we have Bernie Brewer on my favorite beverage of choice right there, along with a card of Bernie. Yay! Now, we got some special guests here. I'm not just talking about our Hall of Fame lineup. I must be in the front row. Hey, come on there, Robin. I got 3,000 hits. What do you have? Well, I was the all-time saves leader, and I got 1.5 feet on you. Okay, Raleigh, settle down, buddy. Now, none of this could be possible without Harvey's Wallbangers. There's Harvey. And who could forget the Fonz? Hey.
Appreciate you, Steve, and the support you give to our channel. In turn, we like to support Steve Rademacher. Be sure to check him out after the game when you guys get a chance. Steve, I have to say, is one of the hardest working YouTubers around. He produces things out of his love for his passion, his hobby, which is his Milwaukee Brewers, his Miller Lite, and of course, all the other stuff he does. And he produces videos every single day on his channel. And I have to say, he's only got about 530 some odd subscribers, but he is really pushing himself out every single day. And hopefully we can get him a little bit more support when you get a chance. Go over, let him know that Last Drafts Baseball sent you. As we said, he doesn't give us any paid promotion for this, but we definitely get a good kick out of Steve. And his friendship has gone longer than most and been pretty deep for us. Well, they are calling on the left-hander to come in to pitch. It is going to be number 57. We saw Yamada pitch the other night. This is going to be Yamada coming in, and he struggled in his last ball game. So that's not good for the Buffalo fans that are out here that are listening in. So Nobuyushi Yamada on in relief. And for him on the season, he's making his 30th appearance. Worked 29 and a third innings. He's walked 7 and struck out 29. He's given up 21 hits. He's got an ERA of 1.23. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses down to Yasuda for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. It's a 5-3 ball game here. There's 2 Eagles aboard here with 2 gone in the 4th inning. They are looking to claw their way back into this one. They are not going away. So the left-hander works to the set position. Yamada holds to the set, checks the runner at second. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that misses down and in, and the count now goes to 2-0. So we saw this with Nobuyushi Yamada the other night, as he struggled as well. So you would have to think that the manager's trying to put him back into a position where maybe he can rebound or bounce back. But this is a tough spot for him to be in, especially walking out into the middle of an inning. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. As it's on the way, and it's a fastball that catches the outside corner, and the count goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Our friend Phil Cantillon in the stream said he doesn't think that the Buffaloes may score a run. Our friend Kansas Gamer asks, are they ever going to get out of this inning? Sure doesn't look like it. Just seems like it's just going to continue to pile on here. 2 balls and 1 strike it is as Yamada steps off the backside of the rubber. He's ready to go again. Remember, I said about maybe 40 minutes ago, I expect this game to go about 4 hours tonight. Well, I was kind of saying that with tongue in cheek, but we may be onto that. We had a game earlier in the week that went almost 5 hours. There's a fastball that misses down and in, and the count now goes to 3-1. The top of the order, Hiroto Kobakata, is waiting on deck. If he comes to the plate, that'll mean that the Eagles will have batted around in the inning. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Yasuda. He's got to be sitting on the perfect pitch here. One would have to think. The lefty Yamada gets the sign from Mori. He works himself to the belt. And now he's ready to deliver. Here's the pitch. He kicks and fires. It's a fastball that misses down. It's ball 4. Yasuda's going to get himself a walk. That's going to load the bases. And that's going to bring up Hiroto Kobakata to the plate as the bases are loaded with 2 out. And he's going to look to do some damage. And when you want somebody at the plate from the purpose of bat control, Kobakata is my guy. I really like the way that he controls the bat. I know that he's probably going to put the ball in play. And by the way, that was Ito who took the walk as he came in to pinch hit for Yasuda. I didn't get the message on that one. So Ito is aboard with the walk here. That loads the bases. And Kobakata striding to the plate. He is 1 for 2 tonight. He singled in the first inning and grounded to the pitcher in the third inning. Batting from the left side, bases loaded, 2 gone here in the 5th. Eagles looking for more. Already 3 runs on the board. The lefty Yamada holds to the set position. Here comes the pitch. Fastball that catches the outside corner. No, the home plate umpire flinched on that one. Looked like he was coming up with the right hand. And he ends up not making the call on that. That's an interesting one. The 1 ball and no strikes here to Kobakata. Dinger says, do you ever fill out a scorecard? Every single game. But I got to tell you this much. We're going to need another line here. Here comes the fastball. It's swung on and fouled away, and the count is 1-1. The scorecard here is looking like an absolute coloring book for this 4th inning here. I've got to get my pencil case out and sharpen the pencils. Unbelievable. So Kobakata here waiting on the offering from the lefty Yamada. 1 ball and 1 strike. This is going to be a movement action pitch. Let's see what happens. As the lefty delivers, it's a fastball swung on and it's lifted foul into the seats. And now Yamada is ahead of Kobakata here at 1 ball and 2 strikes. But as I said before, Kobakata is a tough out. He can get the bat to the ball. So I would expect here, a base hit here could score 2 and tie the ball game if he can hit it into the outfield. They do have the outfield in a little bit shallow, so the balls would have to be to either to the left or the right of the fielders. Maybe get that runner in from second base. It is Murray Biashi at second. He does run well. Here's the 1-2. Fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right center field. Moving over on it is the center fielder Nakagawa, and he's going to make the catch, and that is going to end the inning. But boy, Kobakata put a scare into everybody into that one. He's gone for out number 3. But the Golden Eagles get 3 runs back in the inning. There were 3 runs in the inning on the benefit of 5 hits. There was no errors, and there were 3 runners left aboard. Your score as we move to the bottom of the 4th inning. It is the Orix Buffaloes 5 and the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 3. Stick around, everybody. We got a ball game on our hands. We'll be right back with the call at the bottom of the 4th when we return after this. Appreciate you guys for jumping in here with us tonight. We'll be right back in just a few. It is a 5-3 ball game. We'll be back in a few after this from our friend Matt Hollis. Welcome back, everybody. It is the bottom of the 4th inning. It'll be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters to come to bat for the Buffaloes in this inning. Both team starters have been chased, as both Masahiro Tanaka was knocked out in the 3rd inning, and in the 4th inning, it was Ryuhei Satani who was knocked out by the Eagles as they were able to get to him and chase him in inning number 4. So the right-hander who is coming back in for his second or his first full inning work is Miyamori, as he is ready to face Nishino, Mori, and Cedeno here in inning number 4. And the first pitch on the way is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Nishino is 0 for 2 in this one tonight. He grounded out to the first baseman his first time up, and he reached on an error by the first baseman his last time up. So here comes the offering from the right-hander who kicks and delivers. It is a fastball that misses upstairs. And the count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. High-end entertainment between these two. Imagine if they met in the playoffs. This could be a lot of entertainment for these two clubs as that breaking ball misses outside and the count is now 2-1. It's been a well-played series to this point. 3-1 and 6-4 have been the scores of the two ball games. 3-1 for the Golden Eagles on Friday, beating the AC Yamamoto, and then yesterday getting a 6-4 victory behind Miyagi, although it was, I believe, Utagawa in relief who picked up the win. Fastball misses inside. It's now 3-1 to Nishino. And I would say if the Golden Eagles pitchers can keep the Buffaloes at bay here for a couple innings, it would allow the Golden Eagles, who now have the momentum in this one, to keep it going. And here comes the 3-1 pitch. Fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 3-2. The one thing last night is we saw Chihao Sung come in relief, and we had mentioned that I don't know if I always like the way that manager Ishii runs his bullpen. I think sometimes the word overused is probably appropriate, as the 3-2 pitch is ready to happen here. As the right-hander holds the set and now delivers a fastball swung on and grounded foul past the bag at third base. Keeps the count at 3-2 on Nishino. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. As we said, our friend Dinger asked if we fill out the scorecard. Yeah, every game we do that. It helps keep us engaged in the action. Even sometimes when I go to major league games, I'll fill out scorecards. I don't do that on the regular, but I do it enough. There's a slow breaking ball swung on. It's grounded foul over on the third base side, and the count remains at 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Nishino. Tomoya Mori waits his turn on deck, and it'll be Leandro Cedeno here to face the right-hander. Here comes the 3-2 offering as the right-hander works to the belt. He kicks and fires. It's another fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count again remains at 3-2. Seven pitches in the first partial inning, or the 2/3 of an inning worked here by the right-hander. And he's already thrown 8 to this batter here. So over half the pitches have gone to Nishino. Here comes the 3-2. As the pitch is on the way, it's a breaking ball that drops in for a called third strike. Oh, Nishino was looking for something else. That was a great pitch there by the right-hander. Nishino goes in the books for out number 1, and that's going to bring up the catcher, Tomoya Mori. And for Mori, he is 1 for 2 in this one. He's got a double and an RBI, and he's also lined into a double play. He has absolutely scorched the ball twice. But again, that was off the starter, Masahiro Tanaka. This is the first time he is facing Miyamori here in this one. So batting from the left side against the right-hander, here comes the first pitch. It is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. I say this, Tomoya Mori is definitely the type of hitter. He does not get cheated. He takes some serious man hacks. So no balls and 1 strike. As the right-hander works to the set. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is pop foul. It's going to reach the seats on the third base side of home plate, and that runs the count to 0-2 on Mori. What I like about Tomoya Mori is he provides a veteran presence behind the plate for the Buffaloes. And as we mentioned, he is also, I don't want to call him a replacement for for Masataka Yoshida, but is certainly his bat and his presence, along with the emergence of Yuma Tongo, who's not in the lineup tonight, have been great for the Buffaloes this year. Here's the 0-2. Fastball swung on. This ball is lined into left center field. And this ball is going to be taken on a hop. Digging for second is Mori. The throw is not going to be in time. That's going to be a 2-strike double. That would drive me absolutely insane if I'm the manager, as he's got himself a 1-out double here, and that's going to bring up Leandro Cedeno. No balls and 2 strikes to Mori, and he gets a 4-seam fastball, middle away. Not good enough. He left it over the plate, did the right-hander Miyamori. And a nice piece of hitting there by Mori as he smashes a double into left center field, his second extra base hit of the evening. He's aboard at second base with 1 gone, and that brings up Leandro Cedeno to the plate. So the right-hander facing Cedeno for the first time, who's 0 for 2 in this one. He's struck out and grounded to short. And Cedeno takes a first pitch fastball up and away for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. Our friend KRSE DFS says, hey boy, absolutely. Well, that was a hit there that probably shouldn't have taken place. Too good a pitch at 0-2. You got to hit your spots, or in some cases, you got to miss. Here's the 1-0. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep right field. If this ball stays fair, it's going to be trouble, but that ball is going to just slice foul. And that is going to run the count now to 1-1. Oh boy, we had to wait on that view as it was in the corner. That ball there, it had the legs, but the ball just sliced foul. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Cedeno. Yumamune waits his turn on deck. Runner in scoring position is Mori. And the pitch delivered to Cedeno. This ball is hit down the right field line, and that ball is going to be trouble. And this ball is going to be caught in the right field corner by the right fielder. Nice job there by Ogo, who makes the catch for the second out of the inning. So 2 in the books, and that's going to bring up the batter Yumamune. Mune standing in here, batting from the left side against the right-handed throwing Miyamori, and the first pitch is delivered. It is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Right-hander checking his runner over at second base. Ready to work again, and here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes even to 1-1. Dinger says it was caught in foul territory. I think I might have had a skip on this. It sort of had a bit of a pause and a break, and then we came back again. I've been looking at the same thing. Sorry, Dinger. There's a fastball that just misses, and the count goes to 2-1. What I was planning on doing in the last half inning is giving a bit of a refresh to our stuff here. Just need the appropriate time to do it. If not, we'll do it in the 5th inning because we've been getting some pauses and some staggered stuff in the feed. It's been a pretty consistent feed for us tonight. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. As the pitch is on the way, it's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Yumamune. I guess that adds all to the excitement. We had some of the Central League games earlier in the week, and we don't always get the reliable feeds on those ones. That's what makes it all the more entertaining doing those. You're trying to keep up and manage everything together. Here's the 2-2 pitch as the right-hander Maribayashi works to the belt. He kicks and fires. It is a fastball that just misses outside. Now the count is 3-2 to Mune. So Mune, who's 1 for 2 tonight, he's got the triple and 2 trips. Waits here on the offering from the right-hander. This will be a big inning here for the Golden Eagles if they could put up a 0 on the board after getting 3. 5-3, they are trailing the Buffaloes here in the last half of the 4th. Pitch on the way, it's a fastball swung on and lifted foul down the left field line, and the count remains at 3-2. I'm also curious to see what manager Ishii does the rest of the way, if they're going to go to the bullpen or if they're going to let Miyamori come back out for another inning of work. As far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't let him see the Buffaloes hitters a second time through. He would have potentially the 6, 7, and 8 hitters next in if he was able to retire Mune, who he hasn't faced yet. But I think I'd be hooking him after that. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is fouled away. The count remains at 3-2. So far, he has done what they've expected him to do. He's got 4 of the 5 batters he's faced. But based on his season and his season outcomes, I probably wouldn't do that as well. Our friend Dinger says there's a band in the fighters crowd. Quite the scene. Yeah, if you've taken a look at any of our long-form videos We did some pack openings, but what we did of the teams is we posted videos with the crowd in the background. It's been quite entertaining. There was a fastball swung on and it's tap foul. Keeps the count at 3-2 on Mune. Did get a chance to see the Fighters play the Lions. It was actually a really disappointing game. It was a 7-0 final for the Fighters as they beat the Lions. It was Kona Takahashi who was pitching for the Lions that night. I would not have predicted that the Fighters would have come in and shoved a 7 spot on the board. But the Fighters fans traveled well and they had their entertainment going. The crowd was pretty excited. Here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on and tap foul. The count remains at 3-2. We've got ramen lover in the house. You got to love ramen, that's for sure. He says, how about those Hanshin Tigers? Yeah, the Tigers are pretty impressive this year. As I said before, they might be the best team in the NPB, but I don't know if they're the deepest because the Orix Buffaloes might be that deeper team. But you get into the playoffs, if both the Buffaloes and the Tigers were to meet in the final, you got to believe that the fans for the Tigers would really be pumping a fist in that one. There's a split figure pitch swung on. It is hit into left field. Moving back on it is the left fielder, and it's going to be hauled in by Okajima, and that is going to retire Mude. He's gone for the 3rd out of the inning, and that will do it here. Orix strands a runner aboard. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. We're now moving to the top of the 5th inning. Your score is the Tohoku Rakuten Gold Eagles trailing the Orix Buffaloes 5-3. Our friend Dinger says, does any fan base travel the best? I will leave you with this, the Hiroshima Toyo Carp, and I'll come back and talk about it in just a few. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Our friend Dinger asked the question at the end of the last half inning is, who travels the best? Certainly, I got a chance to see the Hiroshima Carp play a few times, and their fan base can travel. When I saw them play in Yokohama, they had filled the left field seats, which was pretty amazing, pretty impressive. Just on a Tuesday evening that they had that many people in the crowd. We do have a pitching change for the Orix Buffaloes, as it is Yamada's night is over, and they are going to the bullpen for the second time tonight. It is going to be a right-hander. It's going to be Atsuya Kogita on the hill. We saw Kogita pitch in the game in Kobe, and he got himself roughed up a little bit. He's had some times this year where he has stumbled and struggled, but Kogita is on the hill. He's going to be pitcher number 3 used by the Buffaloes tonight. This is turning into a bullpen game for both of these teams. Going to be interesting, too. Also, keep an eye on how the bullpens are used tonight. And remember, the Golden Eagles are going to be playing the Hawks tomorrow night. So sometimes there's the old saying in baseball, you got to lose a game to win 2. Or maybe you got to lose 2 to win 1. But certainly you don't want to blow your bullpen apart tonight in a loss and then have to come back again tomorrow. There's breaking ball delivered to Yuya Ogo that's taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Ogo 1 for 2 tonight. He's got a single, and he's bounced into a fielder's choice. As the right-hander rocks into the windup, and he kicks and delivers a fastball that misses down and away. And the count goes to 1-1. A couple of other questions that came up into the chat. as we said about the Carp traveling well, but there were other teams that also traveled pretty good. Obviously, when you have two teams in Tokyo, the Swallows fans were in great attendance, but can't really comment if they move around the country very well, as that fastball swung on and fouled away. Counts 1-2. 1-2 here to Ogo. Buffalo's holding on to a 5-3 lead here in the top of the fifth inning, as Kagita rocks into the windup and delivers a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-2. I would also say that we got a chance to see the Tigers play in Tokyo, and that was the only time I saw the Hanshin Tigers, and they had a decent traveling crowd. So that fastball misses down and in, and the count is 3-2. So 3-2. Ogo, Shimochi, and Asamura here to face the right-hander Kagita. So they're going to try to keep chipping away to the Golden Eagles. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Kagita rocks into the windup and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. This is grounded up the middle, and it's going to past the glove of Kirby-Ashi. A leadoff single here for Ogo in the fifth. That's going to bring up the designated hitter, Hiroki Shimochi. Well, for Shimochi tonight, he is officially 0 for 1. He walked his last time up, but both of those bats were against the starter, Satani. So runner at first with nobody gone, and Shimochi coming to the plate. Our friend Ramen Lover says, if I had any advice for Japanese baseball fans, don't be an Angel fan. Yeah, I think the days are done for Shohei Ohtani in a Los Angeles Angels uniform. I think he is finished for sure. Now, where he's going to land, I'm not sure. I mean, there's a lot of teams that would want him, but how many can afford him? As there's a fastball under the hands taken for a called strike by Shimochi, and the count's 0-1. Obviously, the obvious choice is the New York Yankees. They could open up their wallets. The other thing is also, too, with the impending surgery or possible surgery, if he decides to get the UCL done, I don't know where that would be for him. What an untimely situation for Shohei Ohtani to have to get that surgery again. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count's 1-1. Or the other option is you say, look, Shohei, your days on the hill are done. We're just going to use you to swing the bat. But I'm not sure what their plans are or what the plan would be for him in the offseason. So 1-1 to Shimochi. As Kagita gets the sign from Mori. He works set to the belt. This is going to be a movement pitch. 1-1 on the way. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. Oh, Shimochi. You could tell that Shimochi's just not in the same sync and rhythm that he had in the 2022 season. Every time he came to the plate, he looked like the toughest out in the league. Real professional type of hitter, but he's really struggled this season at the plate. Maybe time to get in to see the head doctor and get a little bit of help. Here comes the 1-2 as the right-hander works to the set. And Kagita delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on. This is going to reach the seats down the left field line, and the count remains at 1-2. 1-2. As we said, we've got an entertaining ball game on our hands here tonight. The 5-0 lead that the Buffaloes jumped out to, and with 3 in the fourth inning, the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles have battled their way back into this one. 5-3 is the scoreline. Right-hander Kagita leans in. He checks the runner over at first as he works set to the belt. Here comes the 1-2 offering. Right-hander delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded over to the right side of the infield. Tough play for the second baseman, Nishino. He is able to field it. His only play is going to be to first base. That's going to be a ground out 4-3. It erases Shimochi for the first out of the inning, but Ogo has been moved into scoring position as he is now over at second base. That was a split finger pitch. It had the batter Shimochi out in front, and he rolled it over, but he's able to get the job done, and that brings Hideto Asamura to the plate. Asamura tonight 1 for 2. He's got a single, and he's grounded into a double play. The Pacific League leader in home runs strides to the plate here. ready to face the reliever Kagita for the first time tonight. As the right-hander checks the runner at second, now he's ready to go to work. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike it is. Asamura waggling the bat, waiting here on the offering. As the right-hander Kagita ready to deliver the 0-1 pitch. He checks the runner over at second. That's Ogo. He checks him again. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that misses down and in. And the count is now 1-1. Our friend Dinger earlier was asking about the crowds that travel well. I could tell you this much. When the team is up to bat, that's when the team that is their supporters are doing their singing or their dancing or their musical playing, whatever it might be. Here comes the 1-1 offering as the right-hander Kagita checks the runner at second. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses down. It's now 2-1 to Asamura. And they give her for the full 9 innings. So the scoreline could be 9-0. And they still are chanting and shouting and staying right in it. It's absolutely pretty impressive. I think of Kansas City Royal fans. They always used to say about the Royal fans that they would get there in the 3rd and they would leave after the 6th. That was how they used to watch baseball. That was the reputation they had for many number of years. But that's not the case in Japan. They get there, if the game is a 6 o'clock start, they're there 2 hours before the game. There they throw down to second base and diving back in time as they tried the daylight play is the runner Ogo. He's safe at second. So the ball game will start at 6 o'clock in the evening. The gates open at 4 in the afternoon, and it is about, I'd say, probably 40% full right after the gates open. And the people come and watch, and it's just like old school. They do infield and outfield. They do their cuts and relays. There's a fastball misses down and away, and the count is 3-1. Something that the North American game has gotten away of. It's become a fastball home run type of derby, and that's the way that the game has been marketed and changed into. But the game itself within the game, the small ball, the bunts, the hit and runs, the stealing, all the rest of that stuff had gone away from Major League Baseball for a number of years. Now the base stealing has been brought back with the rules that they've made to adjust the pitchers. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it's a breaking ball that misses down and away. That's going to be ball 4. Asamura is going to get himself a walk. That's going to put runners at first and second. That's going to bring up Takeru Okajima to the plate. And it's also going to bring the pitching coach out of the dugout as he's going to come out to see Kagita here as he's got himself into a bit of a pickle with 2 on and 1 gone here in the inning. So don't go away yet. The Golden Eagles are looking to add some more runs to the board. Unbelievable. That's what I have to say right now. Kagita, well, his tune-up talk is over. That was a pretty quick conference. And we're going to get ready to get back to this one here. So Okajima tonight, he has walked, he has singled, and he's also driven in a run as he strides to the bat here to face the right-hander Kagita, who's got himself into some difficulty. He bats here from the left side. 82 for 298 on the season is his numbers. He's enjoyed himself one of the finer years of his career, and there's a breaking ball that he swings at and misses. That pitch would have been ball 1. It was way inside. He looked like he wanted to tomahawk that one into the seats. So no balls and 1 strike it is here to the left-handed hitting left fielder. And if you guys aren't ready for the long haul, make sure that you're ready for it because we're not quite halfway through this game. And I predicted a 4-hour ball game, maybe more. Here's the 0-1 pitch. It's a fastball swung on. It's lifted into the seats down the left field line. The count is 0-2. And you'd have to think right here that the Golden Eagles They've got to capitalize on this chance. 2 on here with 1 gone. Got the runner in scoring position with Toshiki Abe on deck. You got to think that they've got to cash at least 1 here in this situation. Okajima finds himself in the hole at 0-2. Runner at second is Ogo. Runner at first is Asamura. Kagita works to the set position. This is going to be the 19th pitch of the inning. Checks the runner at second, and now he kicks and fires. Fastball misses upstairs. Count is 1-2. That last fastball came in at 95 miles an hour. Kagita is really humping it up a little bit. So 1 ball and 2 strikes here to the left-handed hitting left fielder. Again, Kagita working to the set. He checks the runner at second. He has a bit of a long pause, and now he delivers. It's a breaking ball that just misses. Oh, boy, that looked pretty good. Kagita not getting any love from the home plate umpire. That's going to run the count to 2-2. I'm not sure where that pitch was. It sure didn't look high. Well, the Buffaloes now are not getting the home loving. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is. Kagita leans in. He gets the sign from his catcher, Mori, as he's ready to go back to work. And the right-hander works to the set position. Sean says, are my eggs still in the Eagle basket? Yes, they are. Here's the 2-2 pitch. As it's on the way, it's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded over to the right side of the infield. They go to second for 1, back to first, and they say he's out, but I don't think you should be running off the field quite yet. They may want to take a look at this one. And it's your Ishii right on the top step. He's wanting the VAR. It's going to be at least the second out of Asamura at second base. Let's see if they're going to go up and have a look at this or if he's coming out to make the pitching change. But no, maybe they're not going to challenge this one. I'm not sure why. That's going to be it. It's a double play that Okajima has grounded into. It's of the 4-6-3 variety. That will do it. It looks like Ishii is going to be making a pitching change. And while that happens, we'll be back in just a few. The Eagles had a golden opportunity for the Golden Eagles. No runs in the inning, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left the board. We're moving to the bottom of the 5th inning. Your score is 5-3. Yeah, Sean, my eggs are still in that basket, but as this game goes on, they might become scrambled. We'll be back here in just a few. We have a 5-3 ball game. We are going to be moving to the bottom half of the 5th inning. We appreciate you guys for jumping in here with us tonight. We'll be right back after this. Our friend KFDS says, are the resident strippers? Nope, they are resident cheerleaders. We'll be back in a few. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be a pitching change here as we're waiting on the confirmation here in just a moment, as the Eagles are going to be going back to their bullpen yet again. We'll get you caught up quickly on the out-of-town scoreboard, as it is all the games are going. It is going to be Sakai coming into the ball game when we return here in just a moment, as he is going to be the right-hander coming on in relief. The 30-year-old is going to be making his 41st appearance of the year. He's got 4 wins and 3 losses, and he's got a save. 35 2/3 innings. He's allowed 30 hits. He has walked 20 and struck out 24. He's got an ERA of 3.53. So Tomohiro Sakai on the mound here on in relief. And the first pitch is a fastball that just misses outside for a ball. The count is 1-0 to Kentaro Kobayashi. Kobayashi, Marwin Gonzalez, and Yataro Sugimoto here to bat in the 5th inning against the right-hander pitcher number 3 used tonight by manager Ishii. As that fastball misses, and the count is now 2-0. As we mentioned at the end of this half inning, we will take a timeout, as it is what they like to call the Japanese halftime. We'll put our music on loop. We will take ourselves a break. There is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is now 2-1 to Kobayashi. As we do take a peek at the out-of-town scoreboard, finally some scoring in the Central League. That's no score between the Tigers and Bay Stars. That's in the bottom of the 4th. Nothing between the Giants and the Swallows. That's in the top of the 5th. It is now 3-0 for the Dragons over the Carp. That's in the bottom of the 4th. Here's the 2-1 pitch. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away by Kobayashi, and the count goes to 2-2. Scoreboard watching in the Pacific League, it is 1-1 between the Fighters and the Hawks. That's in the bottom of the 6th inning. And in the top of the 9th inning, the Lions are clinging to a 1-0 lead against the Marines. Marines not winning in Saitama is not helping their cause. In fact, the magic number will shrink if they lose that game, and it'll allow the Buffaloes to get ever closer to winning. There's a winning the championship. Fastball swung on, grounded over to second. Asamura fields it. He throws to first. And Kobayashi has gone on a ground out 4-3 for out number 1. That's going to bring up the first baseman, Marwin Gonzalez. And for Gonzalez tonight, as he comes to bat, he is 2 for 2. He's got a double and a single. He's also scored a run. He'll be batting here from the left side, as he's been doing all night. All the pitchers used tonight by the Golden Eagles have thrown from the right side. You don't see a lot of switch hitters in the Japanese league. There's a breaking ball waved at and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. I can only think of a couple of Japanese players who hit from both sides of the plate. And one of them is with the Chibalote Marines. I believe might be Oda. To go back and look that up, but very few switch hitters that are domestic produced by the Japanese. Here's the 0-1. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2 on Gonzalez. So Sakai in here, able to put the Buffalo's bats to sleep, following up on a pretty good relief outing by Miyamori. He's kept the ball rolling here in the 5th inning. So here comes the 0-2 pitch as the right-hander works to the set position. Kicks and delivers. It's a split finger pitch swung on and grounded foul over on the first base side. Count remains at no balls and 2 strikes. So no balls, 2 strikes, as Gonzalez ready to face the right-hander here again. Sky looking very composed here as the right-hander ready to deliver. He gets the sign from his catcher, and he's ready to go back to work. That's the one thing. We didn't get an update on the catcher for Tohoku, as I believe they've made the change there. There's a split finger pitch swung on and missed. That is going to retire Marwin Gonzalez. He goes down on strikes for the second out of the inning. It's the first time tonight he has been retired. That is going to bring up the left fielder, Yataro Sugimoto. So the change behind the plate looks like it is Hikaru Oda who is now back in behind the plate, as it was Ito who had pinched hit for Yasuda. So Hikaru Oda will go into the 9th spot in the batting order, where Ito had come in to pinch hit. And the first pitch delivered to Sugimoto was a fastball that misses for a ball, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Only 10 pitches so far for Sakai. As I said, you got to keep your eye here. You got to wonder if he'll come back out for another inning of work. You got to be thinking about tomorrow night as well. There's a fastball that just misses inside. That backs Sugimoto off the plate. 2-0 to him. So 2 balls and no strikes. Right-hander working to the set position. He's ready to deliver again to Sugimoto. Here comes the 2-0. As he kicks and delivers, it is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes. Right-hander ready to go back to work as Sakai gets the sign from his catcher. Sugimoto waggling the bat. And here comes the offering, and the pitch is on the way. It is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 3-1. Sugimoto tonight has been aboard twice. He's got a couple of knocks and an RBI. As the right-hander works again to the set position. And now he's ready to deliver. The pitch is on the way. It's a fastball that misses inside for ball 4. That's a 2-out walk, and that's going to bring up the right fielder, Tomoya Noguchi. That's something else that drives me crazy, are 2-out walks. Again, a guy in that position there that is able to that's an opportunity where you do want to let Sugimoto swing the bat. There's nobody on. Maybe you can induce some sort of cheap out, but definitely a free pass here. And now you bring Noguchi to the plate, who's 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded out to first, and he has walked in his 2 trips. Batting here from the left side against the right-handed throwing Sakai. And the right-hander holds to the set position. Here comes the first pitch. Fastball that just misses off the outside corner, and the count goes to 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Noguchi. As I said before, the 2 positions, to me at least, that the Buffaloes would need to be looking at is their right field position and at second base. They did have early in the season, they had one of the rookies that was in their lineup on a regular basis. As that fastball misses upstairs. The count now goes to 2-0 on Noguchi. And that would have been Tokumasa Chano. He was regularly in the lineup in right field in the early part of the season. And Chano was getting his opportunities to play regularly, but he is not on the game sheet right now. Here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is 2-1. And Chano was playing pretty steady for the most part. When you think of the outfield position and what they have, Shuhei Fukuda, well, he's kind of been in and out. Kodai Sano, the same type of deal. Sugimoto has been playing left and right field. And Nakagawa in center, but that's the toss-up of the right field position. They've had Watanabe out there. They've used Okada sometimes. We've seen Kita once in a while. Watanabe was there the other night. There's a fastball that misses outside. Count goes to 3-1 on Noguchi. So now Sakai's got himself in a little bit of trouble. The manager, Ishii's got to think about it. At first, I thought maybe he would cruise through this inning, maybe get him 2. Now you're hoping he can just finish the 5th. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Our early line on the over-under that we had people asking about at 6.5. Well, that's long gone. The over's been reached for the ball game, let alone for the first 5. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Fastball taken at the knees for a called strike, and the count goes to 3-2. Noguchi couldn't believe it. Buckled his knees. Our friend Kolb came in. He says, hey, can you update me on the score in the inning? And Kolb, at the bottom of the screen, you'll see the ticker. There's the score, and there's the inning. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it is here to Noguchi. As the right-hander Sakai delivers, there goes the runner. It's a breaking ball swung on. It is lined to the third baseman, Kobakata, who twice tonight now has caught line drives to end innings. And what a great play by the third baseman here to make the grab. Well, they had no runs in the inning. There were no hits. There was no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. We're now through 5 complete innings. Your score is the Buffaloes 5, the Eagles 3. And we're going to take a little time out here because, as I mentioned before, we have what we like to call the Japanese halftime. And that is we're going to put our music on loop. They have the extended break here. between the 5th and the 6th inning in the Pacific League. We're going to go refresh our drink. We're going to come on back here to give you guys the rest of the ball game. Buckle up. We're 2.5 hours deep, and we're just getting going. Hang tight, everybody. We appreciate you being with us.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Welcome back, everybody. We are booked to ready to get going for the sixth inning. Your score line here is 5-3 for the Buffaloes. We'll be back in 30 seconds and we'll bring you all the action. As we mentioned, they do like to take an extended break in between innings. We'll get you all caught up when we return in just a few. Hang tight. We'll be right back after this.
All right, so I'm going to finish this little beach scene.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be a pitching change, and it is going to be number 5, Shota Abe, on in relief here for the Buffaloes. And his first pitch to Toshiki Abe is taking a breaking ball for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Shota Abe pitched the other night, and he got himself into some trouble as there's a split finger pitch and misses down, and the count is 1-1. So he is on in relief here in the top of the sixth inning. Fourth pitcher used tonight by the Buffaloes, and as we say, the pitching parade is expected to continue. There's a breaking ball waved at on missed, and the count now goes to 1-2 strikes to Abe. So it is Shota Abe versus Toshiki Abe, the battle of the Abes. As the 1-2 is on the way, it's a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 strikes. As we said here, it is the sixth inning, top of the sixth. There's a breaking ball swung. This ball is lifted into deep center field. Backpedaling back in front of the warning track and making the catch is the center fielder Nakagawa, and that will retire Abe for the second out, or the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up the center fielder Ryosuke Tatsumi. For Tatsumi tonight, he is 1 for 2. He's got a single and 2 trips. He's also driven in a run, as he was able to knock home Abe his last time up. So he bats here from the left side against the right-handed throwing Shota Abe, who delivers a breaking ball over for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Tatsumi waggling the bat here, waiting on the offering from the right-hander. As Abe checks the sign over at second, and now he kicks and delivers a fastball that is swung through and missed. Count is 0-2 to Tatsumi. For those of you who do listen in, some of you who are around, they know that I like the Detroit Tigers, having grown up 20 minutes from Old Tigers Stadium. And I'll explain what I'm about to get to in a second. There's a fastball that misses outside. The count is 1-2. Tatsumi swung through that pitch. He does swing and miss quite a bit. I was thinking of the Tigers' Parker Meadows, who they had called up in the month of August. There's a fastball that just misses inside. The count now goes to 2-2 on Tatsumi, and they were saying the swing and misses at Major League fastballs that he has, that is alarming. And that is always something. If you can't hit the fastball, that becomes a major concern at the big league level. There's a fastball swung on and tap foul right at home plate, and the count remains at 2-2. At times when I watch Tatsumi swing, it just seems like he's overpowered and overmatched. I know they've had him at the top of the order sometimes for the Golden Eagles, and then sometimes they have dropped him down. But in this particular situation, when I watch him here, as he bats here against the right-hander Abe, who kicks and delivers a fastball that misses down, it's now 3-2 to Tatsumi. He'll get a fastball, and he looks like he's fooled on it. We're not talking about 98-mile-an-hour heaters that are blown by you. Pitchers that are in the low 90s, he's just not able to catch up to. So 3 strikes to Tatsumi as he bats here with 1 gone. It'll be the shortstop, Moribayashi, who waits his turn on deck. Here's the 3-2. Breaking ball swung on. It's going to be lifted foul into the seats down the third base line. The count remains at 3-2. Looks like it might have been a bit of a later arriving crowd in Osaka for this one, as when the game began, the upper levels were not full, but they are a little bit more. There's a little bit more people seated in those seats now than there was earlier in the game. Here's the 3-2 offering. Fastball swung on, another ball lifted foul down the third base line, and the count remains at 3-2. Tatsumi really making the right-hander work here. This is going to be the 9th pitch of the at-bat. As Tatsumi digs himself back in, ready to face Abbey again here. Who's going to win the battle? As the right-hander works to the set. They're setting up inside is Mori. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, another one lifted foul into the seats. And again, the count remains at 3-2. 9 pitches deep in this at-bat here to Tatsumi. As we look to ahead to some of the games in the NPB, and we were talking about the scheduling, and certainly that series that's about to come up between the Golden Eagles and the Hawks, that's going to be the turning point as the games are becoming less and less. There's a split finger pitch swung on. It is popped up into shallow left field. Moving in on it is Sugimoto. He's there. He makes the catch, and Tatsumi is gone for the second out of the inning. And that's going to leave it all up to the shortstop, Itsuki Muribayashi. We're talking about the scheduling coming up, and obviously the Golden Eagles and the Hawks, but the games will be played Tuesday and Wednesday, and it's only a 2-game series. And then on Thursday, Tohoku will head home, and they're going to be hosting the Saitama Cebu Lions for a single game. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Muribayashi. And then they play Friday against the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. That begins a 3-game set. So they got a makeup game in the schedule. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded softly to third. Fielded by Mune. He throws to first. That's going to retire Muribayashi. It's a ground out 5-3. Shota Abe, other than that marathon at bat, Tatsumi gets the side in order 1-2-3. Golden Eagles go here in the 6th. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left the board. Moving to the bottom of the 6th inning, your score is the Orix Buffaloes 5 and the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 3. Stick around. We'll be back with the call. The bottom of the 6th inning when we return after this. Appreciate you guys for jumping in with us tonight. It is NPB Baseball on the Last Drafts Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back after this. Appreciate you again for being here. Welcome back, everybody. Your scoreline 5-3 Buffaloes over the Eagles. We'll be back in just a couple of, we are assuming and anticipating we're going to see yet another pitching change in this parade, but we'll know in just a few. We'll be right back after this with our final one from Matt. Back, everybody. We are just waiting on our confirmation of the pitching changes. It does look like they are going to the bullpen again, and it is going to be number 69, Soryu Uchi, on in relief. We saw him last night. As I said before, how Ishii is going to manage this bullpen is going to be important. And so especially with the games coming up against Fukuoka, we were talking about sometimes when you're watching games, you got to lose a game to win two. And obviously, neither of these two teams got enough legs out of their starters. But Soryu Uchi is coming on in relief. He'll be the 4th pitcher used today by the Golden Eagles. He's enjoyed himself a fairly decent season in his rookie year. We saw him pitch earlier in the year, and he had performed quite well. Looks like in the top of the 9th inning, the Marines have tied it up with the Lions 1-1, and it is in the bottom of the 9th where Saitama is batting now, so we'll keep our eyes on that one. First pitch is a breaking ball that comes inside and is taken by Kai Nakagawa for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Nakagawa officially 0 for 1 tonight. He's grounded to the pitcher. He's walked and been hit by a pitch. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is chopped slowly over to third. Kobakata fields it. He fires to first. Nakagawa goes in the books on a ground out, 5-3 for out number 1. That's going to bring up the second baseman, Masahiro Nishino. Well, for Nishino, he's officially 0 for 3 tonight. He has struck out looking. He has grounded to first, but he has also reached on an error by the third baseman. Or check that, first baseman. That was the first baseman, Toshiki Abe, who had made that error. So he bats here from the left side against the right-handed throwing Uchi. And the first pitch is a fastball that pours in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. The last pitch was at 94 miles an hour on the gun. Right-hander working into the windup, and he rocks and delivers. There's a split-finger pitch swung on and fouled away. The count now goes to 0-2 on Nishino. The other game also is locked up at 1s. That is the Fighters and the Hawks, as we keep an eye on that one. Still no score in the game between the Tigers and the Bay Stars, as is the Giants and the Swallows are scoreless. Those games are in the 5th and 6th innings, respectively. As that split-figure pitch misses down, and the count is 1-2. The Dragons have a 3-0 lead in the top of the 6th over the Carp. All of those games got off an hour later after these ones here in the Pacific League. This game is the one that is dragging along the longest, and there's a breaking ball that misses down and in, and the count is now 2-2 to Nishino. After this one is over, we will give you the full roundup from around the NPB, as well as the recap of this one. So hang tight for all of that. There's a fastball swung on it, is chopped slowly over to first. Abe fields it cleanly this time and steps on the base. That's going to retire Nishino on a ground out to 3. Nishino gone for out number 2, and it brings Tomoya Mori to the plate. And you got to be careful here because Mori has a hot bat here tonight. He's got 2 doubles. He's also driven in a run. And he also into a line drive double play to end the 2nd inning. Hit a ball that was absolutely scorched to the third baseman, Kobakata, who stepped on the bag with the bases loaded. Buffaloes had a chance right then and there to blow the game apart as they were on their way. They had a 3-0 lead. That ball would have probably scored a couple more. First pitch breaking ball drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Mori. Mori waggling the bat here, waiting on the offering from the right-hander Uchi, who delivers a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count goes even at 1-1. We saw Uchi pitch earlier this year, and he'd made his debut. He'd come out of the bullpen for, it was 3-inning stint. That was going back into the month of April or May, and there's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep right field. This ball could be trouble, and this ball is gone. A home run by Tomoya Mori. Was a fastball left up in the zone, and Mori, who's been swinging the hot bat tonight, makes it a no-doubter. He's got himself a home run. That's going to extend the lead to 6-3. The Buffaloes have been quiet. 2-out shot here by Mori. And that is going to bring up the designated hitter, Leandro Cedeno. So the Buffaloes, behind the power of their hot-hitting catcher, have extended the lead to 6-3. That's a bit of a backbreaker because you got to figure that the Golden Eagles in each of the, well, not the last inning, but certainly in the 5th inning, stranding a couple on, having an opportunity to claw their way back into this one, now find themselves down 3 again. So Cedeno coming to the plate. He's 0 for 3 tonight. He's flown to right. He's grounded this short, and he has struck out in his 3 trips. There's a first pitch split finger swung on and missed, and the count is 0-1. Have to say, though, Cedeno began his NPB career pounding his fist on the table by hitting, I think it was 5 home runs in 5 games. Once he got into the lineup, he's got 8 on the season, but he's really only been a part-time player, just over 140 at-bats. Uchi reaches for the rosin bag, and he gets back onto the rubber ready to go again. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. And it is a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded softly to third. Kobakata fields it across the diamond, and that is going to retire Cedeno. It goes as a ground out, 5-3 for the 3rd out of the inning. And that is going to do it. They had a run in the inning on the solo shot by the catcher, Tomoya Mori. 1 run and 1 hit, no errors, nobody left the board. We're now through 6 complete. We're going to the final 3 frames We return after this. Your score through 6 is the Buffalo 6 and the Eagles 3. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action after this. It is on the Last Drafts Baseball YouTube channel. We'll see you in a few.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred with Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. We are cruising into the top of the 7th inning, and it is slated to come to bat the 9, 1, and 2 hitters for the Golden Eagles. That means it's going to be Hikaru Oda will be making his first at bat of the ball game, and then they'll be followed by the top of the order Hiroto Kobakata and Yuya Ogo. Tomoya Mori depositing that home run into the seats in that last half inning has now given him 16 on the year, as he is extended the lead here to 6-3 for the Buffaloes as we are moving into the final 3 frames. So we're getting an update here. We're going to see if it is still going to be Shota Abe on the hill or if they're going to be making a pitching change. We haven't got that confirmation as of yet. So Shota Abe was on in relief. He made it fairly easy, but Tomoya Mori is the man of the minute, or man of the hour, as they might say, as he is been very, very effective. They are going to the bullpen. It is going to be a pitching change here as the Buffaloes are going to be turning the ball over to number 19. This is going to be Taisuke Yamaoka as he is coming on in relief. Yamaoka take over here, and it looks like we are going to have a new positional player as well, as it would appear that Koji Oshiro is going to be in at second base. So new second baseman as well. The first pitch is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1 here to Oda. Oda hitting for the first time here in this one, as he waits here on the offering as the stands in at the plate, and the pitch is delivered. It is a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count goes to 1-1. Yamaoka on in relief here in the 7th inning. He has been a starter at times for the Buffaloes, but he finds himself here in the bullpen. The 1-1 on the way. It's a breaking ball that misses low, and the count now goes to 2-1 strike. The catcher, Tomoya Mori, did not look impressed with the call by the home plate umpire. So 2-1 strike. I thought he did a pretty good job of getting under the pitch, but not according to the home plate umpire. Here's the 2-1. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 strikes it is. Johnny Thunder in the house tonight. Appreciate you for being here. He says, do you do Japanese games daily? I'd like to tell you we do them daily, but the fact is that we don't. We missed quite a bit of time as we just got back from Japan last week. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2. Last year, we were just talking about it earlier in the stream. We did 156 ball games last year, of which I believe 110 were Japanese games, around that 112, somewhere around that mark. This year here, we're in about the 85 range, and so between now and the end of the season, and of course also into the playoffs, we're going to try to be doing them all the time, as much as we can. As that ball is popped up behind home plate, giving chase is the catcher, Mori. He's not going to come up with it. He's going to slam into the wall. That's going to keep the count at 2-2 to Oda. So appreciate you, Johnny Thunder, for jumping here with us. And if you're new to the channel, don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you can listen in with us all the time. But we will make the announcement. We're going to try to call the Golden Eagles and Hawks over the next couple of nights because that is the series in the Pacific League that is going to make or break the Eagles. And for that matter, the Hawks, because the Eagles can get a win here tonight and tighten it up. It's going to make for a very entertaining race. There's a split finger pitch swung on. It's grounded softly over to third. Monet fields it on the run, fires to first, and that is going to retire Oda on a ground out 5-3. That erases him for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up the top of the order in Hirota Kobakata. And just to add that to it there, Johnny Thunder, the other thing that we're doing is besides calling the games here, we will try to get you some more updates as we go through, but we are not going to call any of the games that I call the non-competitive games. The non-competitive games are going to be the teams that are eliminated or don't mean a whole lot. As there's a fastball that is swung on and missed, the count is 0-1. So wherever we can get good matchups or good pitching matchups, we're going to try to stay with those as well between now and the end. And things that will also determine playoff races. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count now goes to 0-2 on Kobakata. Kobakata 1 for 3 tonight, as we said, singled in the first inning, but he's made a couple of web gem defensive plays, a couple of stellar defensive plays tonight as the 0-2 is on the way. There's a breaking ball swung on and is knifed foul down the left field line. And the count remains at 0-2. Yuya Ogo waits his turn on deck. Kobakata chokes up a little bit. Tries to shorten up here with the 2 strikes. He has a good 2-strike approach. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there's a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes on Kobakata. The right-hander kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball that misses down. They appeal over to the third base umpire, but they say that Kobakata didn't go, and that runs the count now to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. As we mentioned at the early part of this ball game, I had a feeling this game could probably end up going 4 hours. And right now, I would have to say we're probably going to be accurate to that. It's going to be approaching that mark by the time we're done. There's a breaking ball swung on, chopped slowly over to second. Fielded by Oshiro. He underhands it to Gonzalez at first. And that's going to retire Kobakata on a ground out. Goes in the books 4-3 for the second out of the inning. And if our friend Sean Weinberger is still listening in, yes, I still think the Golden Eagles are going to win. But I have to say that homer by Tomoya Mori in the last half inning has now finally taken a little bit of confidence out of my statement, because that one there is a backbreaker. They got to find a way to cash in a couple of runs here to at least get to the 9th inning within striking distance. Well, this is going to bring Yuya Ogo to the plate, and Ogo tonight has a couple of knocks. He's got 2 singles, and he's bounced into a fielder's choice, and he takes the first pitch breaking ball over for a strike, and the count is 0-1. Ogo has raised his season average up to 264 with the hits he's had here tonight. As the right-hander delivers, it's a fastball that misses inside, and the count goes even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Buffalo's brass looking on here as they have a 6-3 lead here in the top of the 7th. Pitch on the way. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 1-2. The Eagles' need a base runner and maybe even a bomb to cut this into where it's workable. But right now they can't even play small ball because that 3-run lead is what's looming large here. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on. It's tap foul over on the first base side. The count remains at 1-2 to Ogo. 2 gone here in the 7th inning. As I say, whether people listen live or on delay, it's always great to have people in the stream with us all over the world. We've had some people from Australia listening in. We've had people in Japan, of course, United States, Canada. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball that misses up and away, and the count goes to 2-2. And depending on the nights, also dictate a little bit on what kind of crowd that we have. I shouldn't also discount the Europeans. The Europeans also make their appearance in here from time to time. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as the right-hander now kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball, waved at and missed. Yamaoka took a little something off that pitch, got Ogo out in front. He goes down on strikes for the 3rd out of the inning, and that is going to do it here. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. And it is going to be through moving to the bottom of the 7th inning. Your score is the Buffaloes 6 and the Golden Eagles 3. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back with the bottom of the 7th inning when we return right after this. Appreciate you guys for listening in here with us tonight. Here's our friend Steve Rademacher once again, always keeping us entertained with different stuff.
Hey guys, Steve come back at you again. Steve Rademacher, that is. And during this intermission, let's open up a package of Garbage Pail Kids Series 4 Chrome, shall we? See what we get, then we'll come right back to the game with Freddy. Oh, very nice. I got a Ruptured Rupert. Very nice. We have a Jules Brooks to go right along with everyone's favorite Death Jeff. Sorry about the glare, but that's what Chrome do. We did get a Mosquito. You know, that's Wisconsin State bird right there. And the cracked ice is a Pinned Penny. Gotta love Garbage Pail Kids. Gotta love Freddy. Gotta love baseball. See you next time.
Thanks again, Steve, and welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the last half of the 7th inning. It'll be Yuma Mune, Kotaro Kobayashi, and Marwin Gonzalez to come to bat for the Buffaloes in their half inning here. Mune, Kobayashi, and Gonzalez. Our friend Johnny Thunder asked the question if we do Japanese games daily. And as I said here, with the way that it's shaping up here between now and the end of the season, we'll be knocking off quite a few. The other thing is, too, is usually we'll try to make our decisions sometimes later in the afternoon. Tomorrow, we'll see how tomorrow goes, trying to get ourselves set up to be able to do the game in the middle of the night. The crowd is often different during the weekday games for the North Americans who listen in as opposed to the weekends. The weekends, we typically will get a little bit of a larger crowd, and sometimes we get a gambling crowd in the midweek. So we are hoping that everybody will be able to come in and check us out as we move along. It is a 6-3 scoreline here for the Buffaloes, 6-9-0 for the Buffaloes, 3-9-1 for the Eagles. And we do have a pitching change. It is going to be the end of the night for Uchi. Interesting, they only used him here for 1 inning, as they are going to be turning to the right-hander, as it is going to be Matsui coming on in relief. And it is going to be Tomotaka Matsui, not the closer. So Tomotaka Matsui on in relief. He's going to be pitcher number 5, used here by the Golden Eagles tonight. So as Matsui completes his warm-up tosses, we're now ready to get this one back underway as Yuma Mune steps in. Takes a first pitch fastball for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Our friend Alberto Pantoya, if I said that correctly, says he needs the 11.5 for the over. As the pitch is on the way, it's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into a right center field. Moving over underneath it and making the catch is Tatsumi. So 1 up and 1 away here in the 7th. That's going to bring up the shortstop, Kotaro Kobayashi. Well, I think the over 11.5, that must be an in-game live bet because it was, I believe, 6.5 when the game started, and I was pounding my fist, take the over at that. And if you would have taken the over, you would have probably had that by the time the end of the 4th inning was complete. But the 11.5 here, it's going to have to be some Tohoku Rakuten Eagle runs to get that done for you. The first pitch is a breaking ball missing outside to Kobayashi, and the count's 1-0. And usually, sometimes the crowd is a little bit different, as Johnny Thunder joined us here tonight, as are some of the others. And sometimes we get the gambling crew. Sometimes we get the outright Japanese baseball fan. And sometimes we just get the fan of Last Drops baseball, as that breaking ball catches the outside corner, and it's 1-1 to Kobayashi. But everyone is welcome to listen, no matter what your fancy. There's another breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kobayashi. Marwin Gonzalez waits his turn on deck, as there is one gone here in the 7th inning. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it's a fastball swung on. This is grounded foul past the third base coach's box. It's going to run the count to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right-handed hitting Guitar Kirbiashi waiting here on the pitch. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is line foul down the right field line. It's going to reach the seats. And the count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes to the right-handed hitting shortstop of the Buffaloes. So the right-hander ready to go back to work. He works into the set position, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and missed. Kirbiashi goes in the books. He's gone for out number 2. And that is going to bring up the first baseman, Marwin Gonzalez. So Gonzalez tonight with a couple of knocks, and he's also struck out. He gets a chance to come to bat here with 2 gone in the 7th. I have to say, Kirbiashi on that one was late, couldn't catch up to it. He is retired here for out number 2, and Gonzalez comes to the dish. The switch hitting first baseman swings at the first pitch, and he hits that one down the left field line, giving chase, but watching that one drift into the seats is the left fielder Okajima, and the count is quickly 0-1. Gonzalez has had a decent series. He had a home run in last night's ball game. Tonight, as we said, he is 2 for 3. And he's also scored a run. He's got his season average up to 219. As he bats here with 2 gone in the 7th inning. And the right-hander kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball that is going to miss down, and the count's 1-1. Jay Black asks the questions, who's winning and what inning is it? And our friend Jeff says, it says on the screen. You got the ticker that runs across the bottom. We do update it every half inning, but that is the accurate score line as you go from there. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. As the right-hander delivers, and it's a fastball that just misses off the outside corner, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Gonzalez. We're getting into the deep water here as the Buffaloes are batting in their half of the 7th. Time is running out for the Golden Eagles. They've got 6 outs left to score some runs if they want to stay in this game. Here's the 2-1 pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded over on the first base side, but it's just foul past the base. Shikiabi made the play over there in foul territory, but it runs the count now to 2-2. We've been keeping our eyes open on some of this stuff. Our friend Jay Black says he needs that 10 over. It's too bad you didn't jump into the game in the early on. It was 6.5 in the first inning, and we were calling for the over, but at the same time, I've also called for an Eagles win, so I'm going to be 50-50 on those calls. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball that misses down. They appeal over to the third base umpire, but they say Gonzalez didn't go. The count is 3-2, so that must be the in-game betting on the 10, and of course our friend Alberto said he needed the 11.5. So 3 balls and 2 strikes as Gonzalez waits here. It was a really disappointing outing for the starter Masahiro Tanaka tonight. He's usually a big game pitcher, and this is a big game for the Golden Eagles. Ground ball, foul over on the first base side. As the first base coach tries to make the glove hand play. That's going to run the count to 3, keep the count at 3 balls and 2 strikes to Gonzalez. Taro Sugimoto waiting on deck. Should Gonzalez find a way to get on here? As we said, the bullpens have been busy tonight as Tomataka Matsui here on the mound in relief. He is the 5th pitcher used by the Golden Eagles in this one. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on and missed. Gonzalez goes down on strikes. He's out for out number 3, and that's going to do it here in the 7th inning for the Buffaloes. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. Your score as we move to the top of the 8th inning, it's the Buffaloes 6 and the Golden Eagles 3. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action. They are running out of outs of the Golden Eagles. See if they can cash something in here. We'll be right back in just a few. Stay tuned after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the 8th inning, and coming to bat for the Golden Eagles will be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the batting order. That means Hiroki Shimochi, Hideto Asamura, and Takiro Okajima. We're waiting on confirmation. It was Shota Abe who was on in relief, and then they brought in Yamaoka in the last inning. So we're going to check to see if the Buffaloes are yet going to their pen again. As it will be if they are, and it is, it's going to be Yuki Utagawa coming into the ball game, as he will replace Taisuke Yamaoka. He'll be the 6th pitcher used tonight by Orix. So the bullpens are being used hot and heavy here. This one, Yuki Utagawa pitched the other night on in relief, and if I'm not mistaken, he actually picked up the win. So Utagawa on and release to face Shimochi, Asamura, and Okajima. Well, Utagawa's had a decent start to his NPB career. And he is, as we said, on in relief here. The right-hander kicks and delivers a fastball that pours in for a called strike. That one there dumps in at 95 miles an hour. So no balls and 1 strike. Utagawa's in his 2nd season. This is his 40th appearance of the year. He's got 4 wins and no losses. He's also got a couple of saves, as that fastball just misses and the count goes even to 1-1. He's worked 38 2/3 innings. He's allowed 21 hits. He's walked 23. That's the alarming number. But he's got 43 strikeouts, and his ERA is a paltry 1.86. Breaking ball misses upstairs, and the count goes to 2-1. But if I'm Utagawa, I got to be concerned here, because if Shimochi can find himself on base, this is the type of pitcher that Hideto Asamura, who's on deck, would like to hunt. And Asamura would be licking his chops to face Utagawa. Here comes the 2-1 as the pitch is on the way. Fastball that just misses down and away, and the count is 3-1. I have to tell you, the home plate umpire tonight in this one has been this has not been the most crisp game that I can say that we've seen in recent days. The home plate umpire is Arasumi, and as far as I'm concerned, he has not been at his best tonight. There's a breaking ball a fastball that pours in for a called strike, and the count's now 3-2. The pitch before looked a lot better than that pitch there that Tomoya Mori yanked down into the zone. But we have had some good games recently. The umpiring in the NPB, you can't squawk at it all the time. This one here, there would be a little bit left to be desired. There's the breaking ball swung on. It is lifted foul down the third base line into the seats. The count remains at 3-2. Our friend Jeff says runs will be scored in this inning, and I do agree with Jeff. Our friend Sean says his confidence level for the Eagles win is at an all-time low. They need a base runner is what they need, and then they need Asamura to come through, and then that starts to make the game interesting. They really got to get it down to at least a 1-run lead for it to be close going in, or for that chance in the 9th inning. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Shimochi as the right-hander Utagawa delivers, and it's a fastball that misses down. That's ball 4. So chin up there, Sean, because as I said before, this is the situation here. This is what Hideto Asamura thrives for. This is the type of pitcher that he looks for, as he's got a runner on base. Asamura striding to the plate. He's 1 for 2 tonight. The Pacific League leader in home runs with 24. He's also had a walk and grounded into a double play. So if you're a Fukuoka SoftBank Hawk fan, you're needing the Buffaloes to come up big here. With that being said, the Hawks are coming up big as they've got a 3-1 lead against the Fighters. And the first pitch from Utagawa is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. That's a big pitch there to get ahead in the count by Utagawa. Here's the offering. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and now in the hole at 0-2 is Asamura. It's in the top of the 11th inning, and the Lions and the Marines are locked at 1s. Top of the 9th inning, it is a 3-1 ball game, as we said, for the Hawks over the Fighters. Scored a couple runs late. Here comes the 0-2 offering to Asamura as Utagawa is ready to deliver. Fastball swung on and missed. Asamura goes down on strikes. He's out for the first out of the inning. That's going to bring up the left fielder, Takiro Okajima. As we round up the rest of the scores in the Central League, bottom of the 6th, Bay Stars up 1-0 on the Tigers. That game means more for the Bay Stars, as we know that the Tigers have already locked up the Central League championship. Dragons laying it to the Carps 6-0 in the top of the 7th. That's not good for if you're a Hiroshima fan. And then it's 2-2 between the Giants and the Swallows. That's in the top of the 7th. Giants need to win to keep pace with those other teams. Fastball taken for a called strike on the outside corner. Counts 0-1 to Okajima. So no balls and 1 strike. Dinger says, did you win a lot in the NFL today, Sean? It's a good question to Sean. I don't know if Sean plays the NFL or not. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-2. I could tell you this much. I didn't watch it. I was listening to the Seahawks and the Lions on the radio on my drive. So I had to do some work today with some of our kids. And at the time, the Lions had the lead. Of course, I heard they lost in overtime. But I get to listen to the Seahawk announcers make the call. There's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-2. 5-year season ticket holder with the Detroit Lions. Gave up season tickets after the 99 season. And it was mainly because I was kind of disgusted. There's a fastball that is swung on and missed. And that's going to retire Okajima. He's down on strikes for the second out of the inning. So 2 gone, and that's going to leave it all up to the first baseman, Toshiki Abe. So the only way I can describe the last 2 hitters, Asamura and Okajima, has been overmatched against the right-hander Utagawa. Utagawa comes with a power arm, and this is not the best stuff I've ever seen Utagawa with. But he doesn't have to have the best stuff when he's doing it here tonight. So 2 in the books, Abe to the plate. He's 1 for 3 tonight. And he swings at a first pitch split finger, and that's got him in the hole at 0-1. Sean says the Redskins saved his day. Yeah. And my disgust with the Lions is warranted. I don't know what Danny Boy Campbell's doing over there as that fastball misses down and the count is 1-1. I think 3 times today they went for it on 4th down. You've got a punter who's one of the better guys in the league, and you don't give the ball to him to pin them deep. Gifting them field position. Unbelievable. Here comes the 1-1. And the pitch is a fastball that misses in. They appeal over to the first base umpire, and they say that Abe didn't go, and the count now goes to 2-1. So it'll be interesting. I haven't looked at the game sheet to see what the options are for the closer for the Buffaloes would be. We didn't see Hirano on the sheet or Wagyu-Spack, but Wagyu-Spack is on it tonight. As there's a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 3-1. We mentioned that Jacob Wagyu-Spack wasn't on the game sheet last night, but as I say, he is today. And Hirano, the other who also does the closing, not on the sheet. So I would expect we may see Wagyu Spack for the 9th. So 3 balls and 1 strike it is here. As Abby's going to get himself a decent pitch to hit, 3-1. Utagawa holds set. Here comes the offering. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count goes to 3-2. As I said, the Achilles heel for Utagawa is his walks. He just walks too many batters, and he's really got to start to get a command on that. He's got overpowering stuff. In his 38 2/3 innings to have walked 23 batters, now he's walked 24 in 39 1/3. That's just not good enough. But with the stuff that he has, he's able to muscle his way out of danger. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that misses upstairs. It's going to be ball 4, and that's going to bring the tying run to the plate and Ryosuke Tatsumi. So Shimochi advances to second. Abby is at first. Tatsumi coming to the plate. And the Eagles have life here in the 8th inning, but they've got to find a way to do something with it if they want to stay in this game. Tatsumi tonight is 1 for 3. He's got a single in 3 trips. He's also knocked in a run. You don't need 1 run. They need 3 runs, and he could potentially do it with 1 swing of the bat. He's got those 8 homers and 33 runs driven in this year. So here comes the first offering to Tatsumi. As the right-hander Utagawa delivers a fastball that swung on and missed. That was power on power right there. A 94-mile-an-hour heater. Utagawa blows it by Tatsumi, who looked like he wanted to deposit it in the right field seats. So it was a right guess, swinging fastball first pitch. He just couldn't catch up with it. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. As Utagawa is set to deliver, he kicks and fires. Fastball that catches the outside corner at the knees for a called strike, and the count is 0-2. And that's where the batter Tatsumi turns in disgust because he doesn't like the call. So we're talking about the consistency or inconsistency of the home plate umpire. So 2 strikes it is as the right-hander works to the set position. And here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count goes to 1-2. If the Eagles can get a run back here, it makes it all the more interesting. On deck is the shortstop, Atsuki Muribayashi, who has a couple of knocks in this one here tonight. Gawa leans in. He gets the sign from his catcher. He's ready to go back to work. And the offering is on the way. It's a fastball that misses way outside. The count now goes to 2-2. That last pitch was at 95 miles an hour. 24 pitches already in the inning here for Utagawa. This is not an easy inning for him. Tomoya Mori waiting here to give the offering to Utagawa. And here comes the 2-2. It is a breaking ball down. Home plate umpire says that Tatsumi went around. Utagawa strikes out the side. And that is going to do it here for the Golden Eagles in their half of the 8th inning. They had no runs in the inning. There were no hits. There were no errors, but there was 2 runners left aboard. Utagawa escapes the jam. We're moving to the bottom of the 8th inning. Your score is the Orix Buffaloes 6 and the Golden Eagles 3. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. This ball game here, they've had their chances, have the Golden Eagles, but they haven't been able to capitalize. We'll be back in just a couple moments. Appreciate you guys for listening in here with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel.
Steve here from outside his refrigerator that a lot of you like so much. So let's go inside. There's my hot sauces and other stuff. Let's see what we can do here for Freddie. Awesome game, Freddie. Keep up the good work. We love the baseball. So why don't we rip open Garbage Pail Kids just for you and the listeners. Large Marge, she belongs in the fridge. Liberty Libby, well, she belongs down here on the beer. Apple Corey, hey, he's pretty cool. Put him on that beer up here. And Target Margaret. All Series 3 Chrome Garbage Pail Kids. Freddie, back to you in the game, and everybody else, please enjoy everything he does and tip him nicely.
Appreciate you guys for listening again. Here comes Yataro Sugimoto, Tomoya Noguchi, and the top of the order, Kai Nakagawa. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses inside for ball one. The count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes here to start the inning. We look at the pitcher right now for the Golden Eagles, and it is still Matsui on the mound. And, of course, that is Tomitaka Matsui on for his second inning of work as that fastball misses down. The count is 2-0. He came in and retired to side 1-2-3 in the 7th. He's entrusted here to get the Buffaloes here in their half of the 8th. As Sugimoto has stepped out of the box, he's asking the home plate umpire what the count is. So 2 balls and no strikes. As Sugimoto waggles the bat, waiting here on the offering from the right-hander who works to the set position. And here comes the pitch. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Sugimoto has those 14 homers on the year. He had 8 in the month of March, April. As that fastball just misses inside, the count goes to 3-1. But he really slowed down. He had a couple of injuries this year and was banged up, got out of action, and wasn't able to maintain that pace. He was player of the month in the Pacific League after that great, as we say, March, April. It was about a week worth of games in March. So 3 balls and 1 strike as the right-hander works to the set position, and now he kicks and delivers. Fastball, he checks his swing on and fouls away straight back, and the count goes to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. We are into the deep water here as we are in the bottom of the 8th inning. As we mentioned before, the ball game is now in the top of the 9th inning, still with the Hawks and the Fighters. That game is at 3-1 as the right-hander delivers a slow breaking ball swung on. It is grounded over to second. Asamura fields it in the shallow outfield grass. He throws to first. It's going to be a ground out 4-3. That's going to retire Sugimoto for the first out of the inning. 1 up and 1 away, and that's going to bring up Tomoya Noguchi. Well, for Noguchi tonight, he is officially 0 for 2. He has grounded out to the first baseman, and he's lined out to third. He's also drawn a walk. So as he comes to the plate here, looks like the Dragons are now up 6-2 on the Carp, as they are in the top of the 7th inning in that one. As the breaking ball misses upstairs to Noguchi, and the count's 1-0. Bay Stars still 1-0 over the Tigers and 2-2 in the top of the 8th. Giants and the Swallows. Central League action is all heating up. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. It's a fastball that misses way outside. The count goes to 2-0 on Noguchi. As we said, it's in the top of the 9th inning with the Hawks and the Fighters, or at least we see it as it might be going to the bottom of the 9th. It's actually the bottom of the 9th as Roberto Osuna is in, and he just struck out Chusei Manami. So 1 out in the bottom of the 9th in that game. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that misses upstairs. And the count's now 3-0 to Noguchi. You don't want to walk the 9-hole hitter because you got the top of the order coming up here. So 3 balls and no strikes as the right-hander works to the set position. Here comes the offering as he kicks and delivers. Fastball misses upstairs. 4 straight balls to Noguchi, and he's earned himself a base on balls here. That is going to bring up the top of the order in Kai Nakagawa. Well, for Nakagawa tonight, He's been aboard twice. He's 0 for 2. He's grounded out to the back to the pitcher. He's grounded to third, but he was walked and hit by a pitch. He's also stolen a base. And it looks like we have a pinch runner over at first base for the Buffaloes. It's going to be number 41, Kodai Sano, in to run for Noguchi. He can run a little bit. So Sano on here as a pinch runner. Nakagawa here waiting on the first offering from Matsui. And the first pitch is not going to come quite yet as he steps off the mound, and we're going to do this again. Matsui leans in. He gets the sign from his catcher, Oda. And now he kicks and delivers. Fastball missing down and away. Count quickly 1-0. So that's 5 straight balls in a row delivered here by Matsui. Looks like he's lost his touch a little bit here. He's got to regroup. Get ready to go here again. You do have to keep your eye on Sano over at first base. As we said, he can run a little bit. He does have 5 stolen bases in 6 attempts this year. In his career, he is 50 for 65. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and lifted behind home plate. That's going to reach the seats. That part kind of bugs me a little bit. 5 straight balls in a row, including that first pitch to Nakagawa. And then he swings at a pitch that's, I don't want to say it was a ball or was a strike, but looked like it was a borderline pitch at waist high, middle away. Could have gone either way. And he swings at that pitch and fouls it away. So you're giving the pitcher that confidence. Make him work a little bit. Or maybe you might even would have got the call. The way the home plate umpire has been operating tonight, you might have got a ball call. So here comes the 1-1 pitch as the right-hander holds set. Matsui checks the runner. And now he kicks and fires. It's a fastball that misses just under the hands, and the count now goes to 2-1. That last pitch, it looked like it was a 2-seamer or a sinker that stayed up. Had some arm side run to it. First time I've seen that from the right-hander. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Caught me a little bit off guard as much as it did Nakagawa. As he fires over to first base and getting back in time as the base runner. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Nakagawa. Masahiro Nishino waiting his turn on deck. Actually, it's going to be Oshiro who's going to pinch hit for him. Should he be able to reach safely? Runner at first here is the pinch runner Sano. Here comes the 2-1. As he kicks and delivers, it's a fastball swung on. It is grounded into the 6-hole into left field. And that is going to get the runner over to third. And the throw comes in and it skips away from Kobakata. Backing up the play is Matsui. That's going to put runners at second and third. Nakagawa is going to get himself a single. He's going to advance to second on the throw. And it is Sano who is able to go first to third on that base hit. That's the speed that Kodai Sano brings to the plate. And we've got runners at second and third with 1 gone, and they'll bring up Oshiro to the plate. As we mentioned before, the Buffaloes here have a very, very deep team. There's a plethora of players that they can bring off the bench. A lot of moves they can make. We have a little stoppage in play here as they are out to visit the pitcher. And the runner at third base, Sano, is getting the dirt out of his eyes. He's got something in his eyes at that point as he slid headfirst into the bag. So it's going to be Koji Oshiro to bat here for Nishino. This is his first at bat here tonight. And, you know, if I was a gambling person here in this situation, I would not be surprised if Oshiro was to drop a bunt, maybe a squeeze or a safety squeeze. He's not had a great season at the plate. In terms of statistics, the infield is in for the Golden Eagles here. They got to try to cut the runner down here. The right-hander delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. Count is 0-1. Oshiro on the season is batting an even 200. He's got a homer and 10 runs batted in. And waiting on deck is Tomoya Mori, who has absolutely abused the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagle pitchers tonight. So no balls and 1 strike as the right-hander holds to the set. And now he is kicking and delivering. The pitch is a fastball swung on. It's grounded to the shortstop. They come home with it. They got Sano in the rundown. Oda makes the tag, and that is going to retire him. So there was a contact play. That's going to hurt because they didn't get the run in. It's going to be in the books as a fielder's choice. Sano is going to be retired. It's going to go 6-2 in the books. He's gone for the second out of the inning. Oshiro is on the fielder's choice. Advancing over to third is Nakagawa. And that is going to put runners at the corners with 2 gone, and it brings Tomoya Mori to the plate. So it makes me wonder here if they're going to pitch to Mori or not. But the problem is you've got Leandro Cedeno waiting on deck. So pick your poison. Although I have to say that Mori has had some great swings tonight. Johnny Thunder says the Carp from 6-0 down to 6-5 in the 7th. I might stick around after this game and pull up one of the other ball games. Maybe give you guys some bonus coverage after this one. If you want to stay around and listen to some of the stuff, we'll take a look. Good to see that the Carp are making a comeback. Make that game entertaining. The Dragons, of course, have had their way with the Carp. It seems like over the last little bit. They intentionally walk Mori, and that brings Cedeno to the plate. So the bases are loaded with 2 gone. And I would too, because Mori, with a home run and 2 doubles tonight, absolutely torching Golden Eagles pitching. And the first pitch is a breaking ball that misses down to Cedeno for ball 1. Cedeno tonight 0 for 4. He's grounded out twice, struck out, and flown to right. But he is in a good hitter's count at 1 ball and no strikes. Matsui has to throw strikes here. They got to find a way to keep the Buffaloes off the board. Buffaloes are trying to punch this one over the top. So here comes the 1-0 pitch. Bases are loaded. Matsui checks the runners. Pitch is on the way. It's a fastball that carves the plate in half. Cedeno takes that one. The count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Cedeno here waggling the bat, waiting here on the offering from the right-hander Matsui. Checks the runner, does the right-hander Matsui at third and at second. And now here's the 1-1. Pitch on the way. It's a fastball swung on. It is taken on 1 hop by the shortstop, Murray Biashi. He goes deep into the outfield grass, throws to first. That's going to retire Cedeno on a ground out 6-3, and that is going to do it here in the 8th inning for the Buffaloes. No runs in the inning. There was a hit. There was no errors, and there was 3 runners left aboard. We're going to the top of the 9th inning. It is going to be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters scheduled to come to bat for the Golden Eagles. Stick around, everybody. Top of the 9th here in just a few. And then we'll stick around and give you guys a little bit extra. It is going to be a pitching change. And we'll get that for you when we get back in just a few minutes. Appreciate you guys for listening in. We'll be right back after this.
Hello, everybody. Steve Rademacher come back at you again. And during this pitching change, for a change of pace, let's open some baseball cards. We'll get through these quickly. 2023 Topps Big League. We have rookie card of Tyler Freeman to go along with a Matt Chapman. And why not a Jake Cronenworth? Shoot 'em, Jake! We do have a rookie card of Brett Beatty. That's pretty cool. To go along with the uncommon Carlos Correa. Pretty common to me, but what do I know? Trey Mancini to go along with a rookie of Kodai Senga. Freddie, tell them about Kodai. And one of my favorites, Devin Williams of my Milwaukee Brewers. All right, looks like the pitcher's coming in. Freddie, you can take over now.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 25-year-old Sachiro Yamazaki coming on in relief here. He's looking to close this one out. It is a save situation, as it is a 3-run ball game here in the 9th inning. So Yamazaki going to be called on to try to close this deal out. He is making his 51st appearance of the year. He's got a record of 1 win and no losses. He's got 8 saves. 49 2/3 innings for the right-hander. He's allowed 36 hits. He's walked 17 and struck out 57. And he's got a sparkling ERA of 1.09. So the changes are in place. They have a left fielder, new left fielder in. It's going to be Oda in left, as Kodai Sano is taking over in right. And we're ready to begin the action here, as it is going to be the first offering to the shortstop, Muribayashi, taken for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. Muribayashi tonight is 2 for 3. He's got 2 singles in 3 trips, as he bats here against the right-hander Yamazaki, who delivers a breaking ball that swung on and lifted foul down the right field line. And now Muribayashi is in the hole at 0-2. If you're a Golden Eagle fan or a fan of the Hawks, or maybe not a fan of the Hawks, a fan of anybody but the Golden Eagles, the Eagles need actually a runner here. They've got to get somebody on, get that top of the order up to have a chance to do some damage, as the breaking ball misses outside. Our friend Sean Weinberger was listening in. He says if the Eagles win, he was going to tip us well. But the thing is that I picked the Eagles at the outset, but I sure didn't expect Masahiro Tanaka to lay an egg. There's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded softly to second. As it is fielded and they throw to first, that's going to retire Muribayashi on a ground out 4-3. Certainly a disappointing night for the ace of the staff for the Golden Eagles. He sure didn't pitch like one. One gone here, and that's going to bring up, well, scheduled to bring up Hikaru Oda, the catcher. We'll see if he's going to get a chance to swing the bat, or if they're going to be going to a pinch hitter here. It looks like it could be Daichi Suzuki. That's exactly who it is. Suzuki, the 34-year-old, coming up to bat, hitting .252 on the year with 4 homers and 22 RBIs. The first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So Daichi Suzuki on to hit here for Oda. Here's the 0-1 offering. There's a fastball swung through and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2. Nico jumps in and he says, Carp 6-6. So I think what we're going to do is after this one is done, we'll wrap it, and then we're going to try to get to see if we can get the feed of the Carp and the Dragons. And if we can, we'll stay with you and do a little bit of diamond surfing for the end of the night. There's a fastball that misses down and in, and the count is 1-2. So if you guys are up for that, we'll try to see if we can get ourselves a stream. We'll be able to give you guys some of the live look-ins or live commentary on that one. That's pending if we can get ourselves a stream of that. Here's the 1-2. It's a breaking ball that misses inside, and the count goes to 2-2. I'm going to try to take a quick peek now to see if we are able to get any of those type of streams tonight. Sometimes that is the question mark. The other one is the Giants and the Swallows is a competitive game. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball swung on. It is lifted foul down the left field line. Giving chase is Mune. He reaches into the seats, but he's not going to be able to make the grab on that one. That is going to keep the count at 2-2. Looks like we can get the Giants, we can get the Fighters and the Hawks. Looks like obviously we've got this one here, the Buffaloes. The Saitama Cebu Lions, looks like we can get that. Looks like we can get a farm game if we wanted. Not sure where that farm game is. Looks like we could have Dragons and Carp. We might be able to pull that one off for you. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away by Suzuki. And the count remains at 2-2, and Yuma Mune is coming in to retrieve the ball that is strayed away there. Well, it looks like there's the possibility. It shows that we can get the stream, but I don't know if we're going to be able to pull that one apart. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Suzuki is waggling the bat. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there's a breaking ball swung on and missed. Suzuki almost screws himself into the ground. He's gone for the second out of the inning, and now they're down to their final at-bat, or their final out in Hirota Kobakata. I'll try to check that other feed here to see if we can get something here. Could be another opportunity over on this one. Right now, we're not showing anything up for secondary feeds for the Carp and the Dragons, but that would be a great feed to be able to jump into. Here's the first pitch. It is a breaking ball that comes in at the knees. It's taken for a strike, and the count is 0-1 to Kobakata. So no balls and 1 strike. Our friend God is Great is in here. He says, still listening while doing his volunteer work. Great to have you in here as that pitch misses and the count now goes to 1-1. Kobakata tonight is 1 for 4. A1 Gaming asks, is this going to go over 10.5? Well, the way it's looking right now is not very good. 2 gone here in the top of the 9th. Pitch on the way. It's a fastball swung on, and now the Eagles are down to their final strike as it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Hiroto Kobakata. As we said, we'll try to give you a game if we can get it. We'll see if we can fight with the streams after this one. We'll wrap everything up here. We'll put it on the loop and we'll see if we can get something. And there is a split finger pitch swung on and missed. Kobakata goes down on strikes. That answers your question. This game is not going over the 10.5 as that's the 3rd out of the inning. Kobakata ends it here. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. Your final score is the Orix Buffaloes 6 and the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 3. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. We appreciate you guys for being here. We'll wrap this one up, and we'll see if we can get a hold of that Carp Dragons game before we wind this up for tonight. So hang tight, everybody. We'll see if we can grab us a feed. We'll come right back after this. Final score, Buffaloes 6, Eagles 3. Here's our friend Matt.
Good evening, sports fans. I hope you all have been enjoying the game. This is just another message from another Hollis build. I hope that your team is in the lead, but if not, remember, that's life. That's what all the people say. You're riding high in April, shot down in May. But you know I'm gonna change that tune. When I'm back on top in June. I said that's life, and as funny as it may seem, some people get their kicks stomping on my team, but I don't let it get me down. 'Cause this fine old world, it keeps spinning around. I hope you enjoy the rest of the game, and if it remains the same, remember, that's life. You want your fill? Go check another Hollis build on YouTube. Last Raps Baseball. Let's get back to the game. Let's go! You know that's life. You know it. One love and peace.
Welcome back, everybody. Our friend Nico, I think, is just slightly ahead of us here as he says it's tied 6-6 going to the bottom of the 7th. I've got a 2-2 count on the hitter for the Carp as the left-hander for the Dragons is ready to go back to work. So you might be slightly ahead of me. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, and runners at 2nd and 3rd. So the lefty for the Dragons gets his sign from the catcher as he works set. And he kicks and he fires, and it is, you're correct, Nico, a fastball that swung on and missed, and that's going to retire the side. So probably have about a 15-second delay on the live time, but it was 6 runs in the top of the 7th for the Carp. They've come all the way back to tie the Dragons, and we'll stay with you on that one for a little bit. I'm going to wrap this one up first, and then I'm just going to come on back here and see what we could do. Our friend Dinger says, what did he just watch? Well, that's up for you, Dinger, to do. You got to stick around all the way to the end to catch all that stuff. You save that beauty right there to the end. Well, tonight, the Golden Eagles fell 6-3 to the Orix Buffaloes. Buffaloes scored early and often. In the first inning, it was Kai Nakagawa who reached on a hit by pitch. After stealing second, Tomoya Mori traded places with him with an RBI double. That gave the Buffaloes a 1-0 lead. In the second inning with 1 out, it was a Marwin Gonzalez double. Yataro Sugimoto doubled home him. That made the scoreline 2-0. After a walk to Tomoya Noguchi and a walk to Kai Nakagawa, up stepped Masahiro Nishino, who hit a ground ball to the first baseman, and Toshiki Abe made a meal of it at first base, bobbled the ball, and that allowed the run to score, which was Sugimoto to make the score 3-0. In the third inning, the Buffaloes got 2 more on the board. After, with 1 out, it was a triple by Yuma Mune. Kentaro Kobayashi singled home Mune with the 4th run of the ball game. Then a Marwin Gonzalez single and a Yataro Sugimoto single drove home Kobayashi with the 5th run of the game. Well, that's how the score stood until the top of the 4th inning, and the Golden Eagles batted around. It was Yuya Ogo singling. It was a walk to Hiroki Shimauchi. And then all the runs came with 2 out because Hideto Asamura grounded into a double play. Then a single by Okajima, that knocked home the runner Ogo. Then a double by Abe, that brought home Okajima. And then a single by Tatsumi, well, that brought home Abe, and that cut the lead to 5-3. Then in the 6th inning for insurance, Tomoya Mori stood up to the plate, and he smacked the solo shot with 2 out. That increased the lead to 6-3. And that is how that game ended. Well, that is where we stood there. Now we've got ourselves, we're going to tune into the Carp and the Dragons. It's all locked up at 6 as they go to the bottom of the 7th inning. So part of me is going to give you guys this call. It's Yazaki who is on in relief. We saw him pitch the other night for the Carp, and we'll get you some of that. I have to get myself into tune with what's going on in this ball game. The one thing I do apologize in advance, even though I've seen 7 Central League games in person over the last 3 weeks, I have to say my grasp of the Central League players is not as good as is the players in the Pacific League. So it looks like it's going to be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters to come to bat. It's going to be Ishikawa standing in here for the Dragons to face Yazaki, and the first pitch is on the way. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. If I do diamond surfing with Major League Baseball, I know I can do a much better job with that. The other thing I have to apologize on is the sketchiness of the feed, and we've already got it locked up. So we'll do what I can as long as I can and give you the best that I can from now to the end of this feed. Let's see what happens here. So no balls and 1 strike. As the right-hander ready to go again. The crowd is in good form. For Ishikawa on the season, as he swings at a fastball and grounds it softly to short, fielded neatly by the Carp shortstop, he throws to first, and that is going to retire Ishikawa for out number 1. So 1 up and 1 away, and that is going to bring up the right fielder. It's going to be Seiya Hasakawa. Hasakawa has enjoyed a nice season for the Dragons. It's his first season in the NPB with Chinichi. He was acquired in an off-season trade with the Yokohama Bay Stars. And with the Bay Stars, he never appeared in more than 37 games in a season, never had more than 83 plate appearances. This year, he's been an everyday player. He's batting .264. He's got 22 homers and 73 runs batted in. He bats from the right side here against Yazaki, and he takes a fastball just below the knees for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So having himself a great season here is what I would call the 25-year-old, as he bats here waiting on the offering. Yazaki ready to deliver again, as the right-hander is set and ready to pitch. He kicks and he fires. It's a breaking ball that misses upstairs, and that count now goes to 2-0. As I said, I'm going to have to struggle a little bit here because my feed is a little bit dicey. Sometimes I like to have 2 or 3 going just in case one causes a problem. And this one here looks like it's in slow motion. So I apologize for the delay and maybe just the not being on the real time. So we'll see how this is going to play out for us. So 2 balls and no strikes here to Hasakawa, as Yazaki is ready to deliver again. Sometimes I just have to maybe let it pause and let it go further ahead so it catches up. There's a breaking ball that just misses off the outside corner, and the count now goes to 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes. We'll try to stay with this here as long as I don't get frustrated, because if I do, I might start throwing equipment around. And that would end the game, at least on our call over here. So 3 balls and no strikes it is. But again, we're locking up a little bit here, and we're waiting on the offering. It's just going to be one of those ones here with this. This is the typical Central League streams. They're all a bit dicey. Here comes the 3-0 pitch as the right-hander waits, and Yazaki delivers a fastball taken at the knees for a called strike, and the count goes now to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike it is. As I said, we're going to have to play it out here because the feed is a little bit dicey. We've got 3-1, and it may be an effort in futility here, as it looks like it's already 2 gone. So we had the hitter retired. Can't tell you how Hosokawa ended up being out. I've already got it now. No balls and 2 strikes to the next hitter as we move along. As I said, our feed has been a little bit dicey here. I'll try to give you the updates as we move along, but it looks like it is going to be the right-handed hitting number 68. And that looks like it is Fukunaga at the plate here. Fukunaga, the rookie, batting .243 on the year. Let's see what we can do with Fukunaga. No balls and 2 strikes, 2 gone here in the bottom of the 7th inning. I'll try to stay with it. We'll see if it stays, gives us a decent feed that we can give you the next inning. If not, then we'll wave the white flag, so to speak, and call it a night. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball misses down and away. We saw Yazaki pitch the other night. One of the things I have already said here, yeah, Johnny says it's already going to the top of the 8th. Yeah, it looks like we're lagging and everything else behind. So sometimes what folks do is they sync up the stream with us if they don't have it themselves. If they can't get the stream, it's sometimes difficult to get. Here's the pitch from Yazaki. Fastball swung on and missed. And as Johnny Thunder says, we're going to the top of the 8th, as that is going to retire Fukunaga for the 3rd out of the inning. Let's stick around and watch the Carp hit in the 8th inning. We'll see what you can do from here. We'll stay with the chat as we wait on the action here, as they're going to make the turnaround here. It's usually a minute in between innings, which will be able to hold us instead. If we can see if the Carp are going to score a run. I don't know what's going on here, but they've got the mascot of the Dragons coming in from the center field wall with a big drum. So it looks like they're trying to get the crowd excited as we're going to move to the top of the 8th inning. They're coming out with the brooms to manicure the cutouts. So what is the entertainment here for the Dragons? I do not know. But whatever it is, they've got the crowd ready to be entertained. And the mascot is stretching himself out. One thing I did see when I was in Saitama is they had the Guinness Book of World Records out there. And what it was is they had, at the Guinness Book of World Records, they had the mascot, most backflips by a mascot. And the Saitama Cebu Lions mascot did like 30 backflips in under 30 seconds. It was something crazy. But certainly we're not going to see this from the Dragon mascot. He has got a big drum in front of him, and I don't know what's going on here. But as I said, we'll hold it out here with you. And that's it. So he comes out with the big drum. He does this whole routine. He bangs on it a couple of times, and that is the end of his routine. And it looks like they are going to have a right-hander coming on in relief. And this is Felice coming on for the Dragons. I don't know much about Felice. We'll go take a look at him and see what his numbers are. He looks like he's a big hombre. He is a hard-throwing right-hander. We'll get you the number here. He is number 93, and he's in his first year. It's Michael Felice, has spent time with the Astros, Pirates, Reds, Red Sox, Athletics, and Red Sox organization. Appearance number 13. He's 1-0 on the year. He's worked 9 2/3 innings. He's allowed 4 hits. He's walked 7, struck out 10, and he has yet to allow an earned run with the Dragons. So let's see what he has to offer, as he is ready here to face. And that looks like it could be Shota Dobayashi. I'll take a confirmation here in just a second. The first pitch is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. It is Dobayashi at the plate. I recognize him, that's for sure. So Dobayashi, Sakakura, and McBroom to bat here in the 8th inning. And the pitch on the way is a fastball that just misses outside. And the count goes to 1-1. They call him the Prince of Hiroshima, is Dobayashi. A very popular player. He's played his entire career there. Hitting .294 this year. 11 homers and 31 RBIs. The best year he's had since the 2020 season. As there's a fastball taken for a called strike on the outside corner. Nice pitch there by Felice. The Carp crowd is doing their thing. They're jumping up and down as they're cheering. 1 ball and 2 strikes here to the right-handed hitting Dobayashi. When I saw Dobayashi play, and there's a fastball swung on it, is lifted foul down the right field line. I got to see him play in Yokohama. Dobayashi hit 2 homers in the game. Both were solo shots. And what it brought to mind was, when was the last Hiroshima Carp to hit 3 homers in a game? And I don't have the answer for it. It was just something I was thinking about while I was watching the game. He absolutely put charges into the ball. So we've got 1 ball and 2 strikes. A1 Gaming says, is the game over? Yeah, this game was over between the Buffaloes and the Eagles. We're giving some bonus coverage of the game between the Carp and the Dragons. And there's a breaking ball swung on and missed. Dobayashi goes down. Felice puts him in the books for out number 1. Nice pitch there by Felice. That was a breaking ball down and away. Had Dobayashi fishing for it. So in the books is out number 1, and that's going to bring up Shogo Sakakura. Sakakura, the catcher for the Carp, having himself a decent year. He's batting .259. He's got 12 homers and 42 runs batted in. Bats from the left side here against the right-handed throwing Felice, who kicks and delivers a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Followed by Ryan McBroom, who waits his turn on deck. McBroom getting a chance to play, I don't want to say every day, but a lot more frequently now, as a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count goes to 0-2. This game is in Nagoya, the Vantolin Dome, one of the venues I didn't get to. I actually wanted to get there, but just didn't quite work, and then trying to get the right train to get there, and then the drawback is you had to go to Nagoya, which is where they play. So here comes the 0-2 pitch. It's a fastball that misses down. 1 ball and 2 strikes here to Shota Dobayashi. Bonus coverage here with Last Raps Baseball. Dragons and Carp, top of the 8th inning. As the Dragons have given up a 6-0 lead. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-2. A pile of runs in the top of the 7th inning for the Carp have brought them all the way back in. 2 balls and 2 strikes it is here to Shogo Sakakura. And thank everybody for jumping in here with us tonight as we stick around for a little bit extra. As the right-hander kicks and fires, it is a fastball that misses down. The count now runs full to Sakakura. McBroom waiting on his turn on deck. Carp Dragons locked up at 6 as they are here in the top of the 8th inning. Here's the offering from Felice, who works to the set position. And now he kicks and delivers a fastball that misses up and away. Sakakura is going to get himself a walk. A 1-out walk here to the catcher for the Carp, and that's going to bring up Ryan McBroom. And as we look at the scoring around the NPB, the games that are all finals are all in the Pacific League. 6-3 to the game that we called between the Buffaloes and the Golden Eagles. 2-1 is the game has ended. The Marines come back, scoring a run in the 9th and then winning it in extra innings against the Lions. And of course, 3-1 for the Hawks over the Fighters. That was a big game there, as that's going to put some distance, a little bit breathing room for the Hawks between them and the Golden Eagles. And they got a big series starting tomorrow night, a 2-game set. It'll be coming up at the PayPay Dome in Fukuoka. And there's a first pitch fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Also allowed the Marines to have some breathing distance between them and the Hawks, because the Hawks are getting close to them as well. So no balls and 1 strike. Bay Stars are locked up at 1s with the Tigers. That's in the top of the 9th inning. 3-2 for the Giants in the top of the 9th. That's at the Tokyo Dome. Fastball misses down, and the count goes to 1-1 on McBroom. And of course, this game here, top of the 8th inning, all locked up at 6 apiece. So 1 ball and 1 strike. McBroom stands in here. The crowd for the Carp, they're going up and down, making their presence felt. Here comes the 1-1. As the pitch is on the way, it's a fastball swung on. It's grounded through the 6-hole into left field. That's a base hit. Stopping at second is Sakakura. McBroom has got himself a base knock, and the Carp are flapping their fins again, looking to add some more runs on the board here in the top of the 8th inning. They got their 6 in the 7th. Now they're looking to get some runs here against Felice. Felice has been really good this year since he's come in. As we see, he hasn't allowed an earned run yet. But that puts runners at first and second here with 1 gone. And that's going to bring up the third baseman. That'll be Tanaka coming to the plate. So Kazuki Tanaka stepping up here to face Felice. On the season this year, he's batting .230. He's got 6 homers and 28 runs driven in. As the right-hander works to the set position, he checks the runner at second and now delivers. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count goes to 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. One ball and no strikes it is here to the left-handed hitting Tanaka. Right-hander Felice gets his sign from his catcher, and he's ready to go back to work. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball that misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Crowd in good form here in Chinichi, or in Nagoya, as they are cheering on the Carp. We were talking earlier about who travels really well. I know when Sean was with us, or I should say maybe not Sean, it was Dinger who was asking the question. There's a fastball that misses upstairs. Count goes to 3-0. What he was asking was, in general, was who travels well as fans of the away teams, and the Carp are one of them. They've really got a good fan section here in this one. So 3 balls and no strikes as he's behind in the count. There's a fastball swung on. This ball's belted to deep right field. This ball could be trouble if it stays fair. It's going to be gone, and it is just going to hook foul. Oh, boy. Getting the green light at 3-0. Tanaka absolutely turned on that one. That ball was just hooked foul down the right field line. Oh, boy. The whole fans in the stands in Nagoya took a collective deep breath as that ball was just hooked foul. So 3 balls and 1 strike here to the left-handed hitting third baseman. Now the pitch is on the way. This one here is hit down the right field line. It's popped up. Giving chase is the first baseman, Visayedo, tagging at second. But holding on there is the runner, Sakakura. And Tanaka is gone for the second out of the inning. Oh, boy, he really scorched that one. So he's gone for out number 2 here in the inning. And we're going to take a peek here to see what is slated to come to bat. It looks like it is Nakamura. So Takahiro Nakamura slated to come to bat, the rookie. And that's who's going to hit here, the right fielder. So Takahiro Nakamura on the season, batting .115 entering tonight's ball game. He's only got 3 hits and 26 at-bats entering the fray here tonight. And the right-hander Felice checks the runner at second. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, and it's popped up behind home plate, and the count quickly goes to 0-1. And for Nakamura here tonight, it looks like he's got a couple of hits in 3 trips, 2 for 3. He's also driven in a run. So that helps his case to stay in the ball game. So now he's 5 for 29 on the season. So, but he's in the hole here at no balls and 1 strike. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, but instead Felice does the old spaghetti move and chases the runner back to second. As I said, we'll stay with you guys here for a little bit longer. Got some entertainment here as long as our feed cooperates. So Felice now kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. Our friend Nico says he's rooting for the Dragons, but they're killing me right now. Yeah, I bet they would be. You blow a 6-0 lead in the 7th inning. Oh, boy. Gotta find a way to stop the bleeding. Been there and done that, seen that before in different occasions, both on a winning and losing side of stuff. But, man, it's the worst feeling when it feels like you're trying to hold a gallon of water with your bare hands. It just doesn't happen. Fastball misses outside. The count goes to 1-2 on the left-handed hitting Nakamura. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Carp here have runners at first and second with 2 gone in the 8th inning. Looking to push another run across here against the Dragons. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. Nakamura goes down on strikes. Felice comes in and does his job as he is able to get out of the 8th inning unscathed. Well, we're going to go to the bottom of the 8th inning. It is the Carp 6 and the Dragons 6. You're getting some bonus baseball here on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel as we've checked in to watch this game here for a little bit. We'll be back in just a few. 6-6 is the scoreline. Thanks for stopping in here with us tonight. We'll be right back after these musical tunes, right after this.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Welcome back, everybody. There is going to be a pitching change. It is going to be Shimouchi coming into the ball game for the Carp. It is going to be the right-hander taking over here. It is going to be Satoru Shimouchi, as he is in his 5th season with the Carp. He's making his 57th appearance. 2 wins, 3 losses, 2 saves for the right-hander. He's worked 53 innings. He's allowed 46 hits, 15 walks, 59 strikeouts, and he's got an ERA of 2.55 as he is going to take over here on in relief. As we said, bonus baseball here between the Carp and the Dragons for you guys tonight as the game between the Buffaloes and the Golden Eagles came to a final about a half an hour or so ago. So we're bringing some extra bonus action here for you while we're here. The Dragons coughed up a 6-0 lead, and Shimouchi is now on to pitch as we are going to get the stuff going here for the Dragons. As I said to you guys, don't really know my Dragons so well. I did see the Dragons play the Carp, actually. These same 2 teams went at it a couple of weeks ago in Hiroshima. It was Morishita who had gone for the Carp in that game. The only run that was scored by the Dragons in that one was a home run by Okabayashi. The Dragons the Carp had put out 3 runs in that game, and they had won the ball game 3-1. But that's been the only time I've seen the Dragons. Didn't really see much. They had a pretty good boisterous traveling supporters group. First pitch is a fastball from Shimauchi that misses upstairs for ball 1. Count is 1-0. This is Kinoshita, one of the catchers who's hitting for the Dragons. As Kinoshita bats here, he entered the game tonight hitting .241 with 4 homers and 22 runs batting in. The 31-year-old takes a fastball for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-1. I do like the starters for the Carp. If the Carp gets into the playoffs, and it's looking like they are going to be in the playoffs, question is are they going to get the Bay Stars or are they going to see the Giants? As it is pretty bunched up, and there is quite the race that's going on in the Central League as that fastball swung on and fouled away. My question will be is are they going to be able to get to the finals against the Tigers? Well, the Carp, in my opinion, they got good starting pitching. I think the questions will be their bullpen. And I think they do have enough offense to be able to get them through a series. Whether they can get to the Japan series is another question. They'll have to get hot. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, popped up over on the first base side. Racing over underneath it is the catcher, Sakakura. And he makes the catch, and that is going to retire Kinoshita for the first out of the inning. So 1 gone here in the bottom half of the 8th inning, and that is going to bring up number 32. As Kinoshita is retired, it looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter here. And so we've got this as Masami Ishigaki. But I have to confirm on that one. That's exactly who it looks like. So Ishigaki here batting, and the first pitch is a breaking ball swung on and missed. And if we read it right, he's batting .056 on the year, as he's here to pinch hit for Felice. He's got 1 hit in 18 at-bats, so not exactly somebody you're going to be putting fear into. Here's the pitch. Fastball that misses inside. Count now goes to 1-1. So it is Ishigaki here, but I wonder what they have on the back of the jersey. It looks like it's a hyphenated name. Almost looks like it's China, or it looks like it could be Taiwanese. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and it's lifted foul. Count goes to 1-2. As I said, I really don't know my Dragon players as well as I should, so we're staying here with you guys and doing the best we can. We'll also do the Carp in the top of the 9th. If the Carp don't do any damage, I might just wave the white flag on this, but we'll see what happens. Here's the 1-2 pitch with 1 gone. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, fastball swung on. This ball is line foul down the right field line. Now, that's because they got Nogaki on the back. I wonder if that's how he goes by, period. As we said, we appreciate everybody who has jumped in with us tonight here, as we are giving you bonus coverage between the Carp and the Dragons. Here's the pitch. Fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Waiting on deck, it's the top of the order for the Dragons, and that is Okabayashi. Here comes the 2-2. It's a split finger pitch, swung on and missed. That's a great pitch there by Shimauchi. That's going to retire the pinch hitter for the second out of the inning, and it brings up the top of the order, the center fielder, and that's going to be Yuki Okabayashi. And for Okabayashi, he's batting .286 on the year. He's only 21 years old. He's been with the Dragons. This is his 4th season. The 21-year-old is in his 2nd full season. Entered the game tonight with 3 homers and 26 RBIs. He can run a little bit. Here's the first offering from the right-hander who delivers a breaking ball for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Johnny says we appreciate the bonus coverage. As I say, if we'll stay with it through the 9th inning, and then I'm getting a little bit taxed here as it's been almost going on 4.5 hours on the live stream, but enjoy doing the game, and we're glad you guys could be with us as that pitch misses down and the count is 1-1. Dragons and Carp here at the Nagoya Dome. 1 ball and 1 strike. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it's a breaking ball that misses upstairs. Count now goes to 2-1. The right-hander Shimauchi looking to get a 1-2-3 inning here as it's 2 balls and 1 strikes to Okabayashi. I do like Okabayashi. I like the way that he runs. I like the way that he plays the game. That's the piece. Here's the 2-1 offering. It's a fastball swung on and lifted foul behind home plate, and the count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the offering as the right-hander kicks and delivers. It is a split-figure pitch swung on. It is golfed into shallow center field for a base hit. Okabayashi is aboard with a 2-out single, and that is going to bring up the 2-hole hitter. It's going to bring up, looks like Shokato. I don't know who that is. That is going to be Shohei Kato coming to the plate. So for Kato, the veteran, he's hitting .206 on the year entering tonight's game with no homers and 4 RBIs. As he comes to bat here with the shortstop Orlando Calixte on deck. I saw Calixte play. Interesting player. I'm not sure my word on him would be that he's just a stopgap guy. I think the Dragons need to spend some money, find a way to do it. That fastball swung on and missed, and the count is 0-1. Fighters at least look like they're going in the right direction. They're the last place team in the Pacific League. The Dragons, I don't know what they're doing. Honestly, I really don't know what they're doing over there. I've watched some of the movements that they've made, some of the players that they bring in, and just leaves you a scratch in your head. I have a feeling next year we could probably pencil the Dragons in for 6th place in the Central as well. Fastball swung on and grounded foul. And they get pretty good crowds. Like this crowd here tonight is a pretty solid crowd. Sometimes when you look at some of the games, especially like the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles, their home crowd's a little dicey. This crowd tonight, 36,324. It's not like they're not spending money to come to the games. It's because they're not spending money because they don't want to watch this product, maybe. But as they throw over to first base and they picked off Okabayashi. Oh, that's a 1-2-3 inning the hard way. Okabayashi gets picked off. He was leading the wrong way. And the Carp are going to be coming to the bat in the 9th inning. We're going to come on back and recall the top of the 9th inning for you. But there was no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left the board here as we're moving to the top of the 9th. Hang tight, everybody. Bonus coverage baseball, Carp and Dragons. When we return after this, we appreciate you guys for listening in with us. We'll be right back after these musical tunes.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Welcome back, everybody. Shinya Matsuyama coming on to the ball game. I don't know what's going on with the names on the back of the Dragons jersey. They've got Match on the back. I don't know if that's his nickname or wherever it might be, but he is a rookie, a right-hander for the Dragons, as he is going to be coming on in relief. He's making his 30th appearance of the year, 28 and 2/3 innings. He's allowed 17 hits. He has walked 10 and struck out 38, and he's got an ERA of 0.94. So he is going to be slated to face for the Carp coming up here, as we'll get you the Carp batters to come to bat. You're getting some bonus action here from us, as it is on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel that we're giving you the Carp and the Dragons. It is going to be Omohiro who comes to bat, the left-handed hitting pinch hitter, and the first pitch comes in. Did it hit him, or did it just go through and catch the umpire? First pitch came inside. It's ball one. That was bizarre. He was a first-round pick in the development draft back in the 2018 season. He's batting 154 for the Carp with a homer and 5 RBIs. So Omohiro here hitting, waiting on the offering from the right-hander Matsuyama, who delivers a fastball that swung on and fouled away, and the count goes to 1-1. On deck, it is Shogo Akiyama, and in the hole, it is Masaya Yano. So that is who is coming up here for the Carp in their half of the inning. So 1 ball and 1 strike to the left-handed hitting Omohiro, or Omori. And the right-handed pitcher delivers. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. As we said, bonus coverage with the Dragons and the Carp. We'll call this 9th inning, and then we'll probably leave you after that. If the Carp don't score, if the Carp do score, regardless, we are going to wrap it up here after this half. So 1 ball and 2 strikes as the right-hander works to the set position. And now he kicks, double pumps, and delivers. It's a fastball comes in. Now it is hit. The pinch hitter, Mahiro, and he's going to get to first base. So he tried to hit him early in the count, but he now drills him here. That's going to give the Carp a base runner. It's going to bring Shogo Akiyama to the plate. And for those of you who are familiar with Shogo Akiyama, the former Cincinnati Red, had a hard time staying healthy in Cincinnati. He had off to a pretty good season this year, and then he missed some time, did Akiyama. He's entered the game hitting 272 tonight with 3 homers and 35 runs driven in. He was a longtime Saitama Cebu Lion. We were talking in the stream of the first game about how players leave the Lions, never come back. Yusei Kikuchi of the Blue Jays and Akiyama of the Reds. You think that Tomoya Mori got traded away? There was others like Daichi Suzuki. I believe he was also a one-time Lion. They just can't seem to hang on to their stars. There's a fastball ticket for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. But then having gone there and seen their stadium or been in their stadium, it's like a soup bowl. You're sitting in an open-air dome. It's a dome stadium, but it's open. There's no air conditioning, anything like that. It looked like the stadium was built and then they added the dome a number of years later. And it can make for an uncomfortable experience, not just for spectators, but also for those who are playing. A lot of heat and humidity in Saitama. You often will see that there's thunderstorms or rain that will go on during the game. But that's why they put that dome over top. And the train company, Cebu, is the owner of the team, and it's involved in that stadium as well. But they have some decent talent. but they just can't seem to get themselves over the hump. Even some of the North American players or South American players that they brought in recent years, guys I think of like Corey Spangenberg and different ones, even Dietrich Enns, who struggled this year, unfortunately. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball that misses in. Count goes to 1 strike on Akiyama. Saitama Cebu Lions just can't seem to get themselves over the hump. So 1 strike. The runner at first. Oh, yeah, he establishes his lead. Akiyama waggling the bat. He is a tough out at times, is Shogo. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on it, is cued off the end of the bat. Grounded to third for 1. Back to first, but it's not going to be in time. That's going to be a fielder's choice, 5-4. Akiyama looked like he was way out in front of it. Needed to chalk up the end of the bat. There was a lot of English on that one. Spun over to third. Nice play there by the third baseman of the Dragons. But they were unable to complete the double play. That ball was not hit hard enough. So 1 gone here. That's going to bring up, looks like it's going to bring up we said that's going to be Yano coming to the plate. That's exactly who it is. Yano stepping in. This is it Yano or Kaito Kazono? We'll do a double check on that one. Here comes the pitch. He squares the bunt. It is Masaya Yano at the plate. Kaito Kazono waits his turn on deck. Yano here batting 188 on the season. He's got no homers. He's got 3 RBIs. He's got 7 stolen bases. But he does have 11 sacrifice bunts, and so they may consider trying to move Akiyama over to second. He'd squared the bunt his first time. It's no balls and 1 strike here. Here's the pitch. It is instead thrown over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner Akiyama. Extra innings at the Koshin and at the Tokyo Dome. 1-1 at the Koshin Stadium. Tigers and Bay Stars locked at ones. There's a bunt. It's down the first base line. It's a good one. The pitcher bobbles it. He throws to first. It's in the dirt, and it's going to be a safe call. Oh, what a play there by Yano to get down the line. The pitcher butchered the ball. Now you got runners at first and second with 1 out. Not able to field your position. Pitchers got to be able to field their positions. And you can see the juggling act in full effect. But now that's going to bring up the dangerous Kaito Kazono to the plate. Kazono batting .285 on the year. He's got 5 homers and 27 RBIs. He's really been swinging the bat well lately. They have a visit to the mound as the Dragons pitching coach has come out to talk to his right-hander. The Carp are looking here to punch some runs across here in the top of the 9th inning. Bonus coverage with Last Raps Baseball with the Carp and the Dragons. So Kazono coming to bat here. He's got a hit and 4 trips here tonight. Season average is at .285. The crowd is in full form. He's got it batting from the left side here against the right-hander. As he waggles the bat, and we're waiting for the first offering. Bonus coverage here, Carp and Dragons. Fastball swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. That pitch was a tough pitch. It was a splitter down in the dirt. Kazono couldn't hold off. Right-hander ready to go back to work again. Dragons and Carp locked up at 6. Here, top of the 9th inning. No balls and 1 strike to Kazono. 2 on and 1 gone. Here comes the pitch. Fastball missing way upstairs, and the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Have to say, when I think of the 2 teams, and I think of the Dragons and I think of the Fighters, of course, both in last place in their respective leagues. But with the Fighters, you can see that there's a pathway You got a young team over there that is on the move. I kind of like what they've done with some of their pitching and their bullpen stuff. They've got a core group of players. They also got Ariel Martinez, who was with the Dragons, to come in there. He's going to be a centerpiece of that club for the next few years. There's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. You look at guys like Monami, Isobata, Namura. They've got some pieces to the puzzle over there in Hokkaido. Whereas I look at the Dragons and kind of scratching my head a little bit of what they've got for core pieces coming forward. And the question will be, when will the Dragons make the playoffs next? My money's on the Fighters. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and grounded, just foul past the bag at third base. Runs the count to 1-2 on Kazono. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. As we said, bonus coverage here for the Carp and the Dragons as they're here in the top of the 9th inning. Dragons blew a 6-run lead as the Carp scored 6 in the 7th inning. They've locked this all up. The momentum is in their favor. There's 2 on here. There's 1 gone, 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kazono. As the right-hander again steps off the mound and he's going to reach for the rosin bag. We'll do it all over again here. It is Shota Dobayashi who waits his turn on deck. Should Kazono reach safely here? So here comes the 1-2 offering as the right-hander works to the set. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, chopped over the head of the pitcher, fielded by the shortstop, throws on the run, and they're going to nail Kazono at first, but it's going to advance everybody else 90 feet. Yuasa's going to be at, or Oshiro's going to be at second. Or he's going to actually move over to third. So runners at second and third for the Carp. As we said, we're not working off our game sheet here, so a lot of this is off the top of our head. And that is going to be, we're going to bring up Shota Dobayashi to the plate. As we said, the Prince of Hiroshima, in some ways, is a very popular player in Carpland. They really like this player for sure. And his wife might be more popular than him. She is a TV presenter or a host, as he is married to a presenter, I believe him, as is Sosuke Genda of the Saitama Cebu Lions. They have something of that in common. So here comes the first offering as the right-hander holds set. Now he kicks and fires. It's a breaking ball that misses inside. Count is 1-0 to Dobayashi. Clutch situation here for him. He's got an opportunity. A base hit would probably score 2 to the outfield, or potentially score 2. Carp fans are in full voice. 1 ball and no strikes to Dobayashi. And here comes the offering as the right-hander kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and missed. Oh, he tried to turn that one around. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. Dobayashi is one of those players. There's not many players that are in the game that will bat that don't wear batting gloves. You think of Major League Baseball, there's usually about 8 to 10 players every year who come to bat and aren't wearing any gloves. Well, Dobayashi's got gloves on, but we've seen him a couple of times shelve them in games. There's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded deep into the 6th hole. Kolexti fields it on the backhand. He throws to first. It's offline. That's going to get a run in as Shogo Akiyama is going to come in to score. The Carp have taken a 7-6 lead. That's going to be an RBI single for Dobayashi. That throw, no matter what by Kolexti, would not have got him. It was so deep into the 6th hole, he had to throw it off one leg. The throw was up the line on the outfield side. And the Carp have now cashed in here as they've taken a 7-6 lead on the Dragons. Oh boy, we got a ball game on our hands here. Dobayashi safe over at first base. That's going to bring up the catcher, Shogo Sakakura. So runners at the corners with 2 gone. Sakakura coming to the plate. The catcher Kinoshita out in front, giving his signs to his defense. Flashing the information because they got to be concerned about the first and third here. Carp fans are in good mood after that. That is for certain. Be in a much better mood. But it looks like the looks like the Bay Stars have scored in the top of the 10th inning. They've got a 3-1 lead now on the Tigers. Here comes the pitch. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Counts quickly 0-1 to Shogo Sakakura. And you think of the standings in the NPB with the Carp here and the Bay Stars and with the Giants, everybody all locked in that race. The Giants are 2.5 games behind the Bay Stars. With the Bay Stars winning here, the Giants have got to beat the Swallows to keep pace. But more importantly for the Carp, them winning here will keep them, or if they can win here, will keep them 3 games ahead of the Bay Stars. There's a fastball that misses up and away. I say that I'm actually working off the standings from the day before. I should double check that and what our final outcomes were. Yesterday, the Carp did get a win, as did the Bay Stars. So yeah, that'll keep them 3 games apart. Everybody that needed to win yesterday did win. It really doesn't matter for the Tigers. They're just playing out the string right now, getting ready for the playoffs. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, Sakakura takes a breaking ball over for a called strike. Count is 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Once again, appreciate everybody who stuck around with us tonight to listen in. As we said, bonus coverage between the Carp and the Dragons. So here comes the offering as the right-hander works to the set position. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sakakura waiting on the offering. And the pitch is on the way. It's a fastball. Take it for a called third strike. That's going to do it. And that's going to do it for us. We're going to pack it in here. It's a 7-6 lead for the Carp as they go to the bottom of the 9th inning. I got to tell you, if the Carp hold it off and win it, then this is the way we want to see it. If they end up losing it here in the bottom of the 9th, I don't know if I want to be around to be the watcher of that one. As I say it, we also lose our feed. I can only imagine that happening as well. All right, everybody. Once again, we appreciate you guys for stopping in with us tonight. Be sure to check the channel out tomorrow night. We're going to be trying to get you the Hawks and the Golden Eagles. It'll be a 2-game series. Carter Stewart against Norimoto. And we'll be there for that one, as both of those teams, it's an important series for them as they're running out of games, and they are the ones that are closest to each other, battling for that last playoff spot. Have a great night, everybody. We look forward to seeing you guys again later. Our friend Johnny Thunder, thank you for jumping into the channel. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow night or in the future. Thanks again, everybody. Have a great night.
Happy trails to you until we meet again. Happy trails to you. Each smile comes back again. Who cares about the clouds when we're together? Just sing a song and think about sunny weather. Happy trails to you until we meet again.